Alrighty, chat. Good evening, guys. Good evening, Slane. Am I playing Dead Island 2? Not really. I thought about it. I played the original Dead Island, not on stream. Um, yeah, it's a loot grinder. It's a zombie loot grinder. It's basically like playing Borderlands only with zombies. So not really super into it. So no, there's other games I'd rather play. We're gonna spend time when Riftbreaker comes out, the new expansion. I really enjoy it. Yeah. Good evening, Bear. Good evening, Slane. Good evening, guys. Good evening, good. As every night, it seems to fucking be every single time I get fucking ready to stream, someone wants to talk to me. What is this? I literally have fucking sat here, literally eating social media for like the last 2 hours because I was literally bored out of my mind. And I was like, maybe I should stream, maybe I shouldn't, and I was out of motivation, and I was like, well, I should start streaming anyways, and then I start streaming, and then people start talking to me. I have no fucking idea what's going on, and they obviously don't know I streamed, so fucking crazy. People are crazy, guys. The world's crazy. I don't understand it. And then when you think everything's going right, it's like the world just tries to shit on you. It's like, hey, everything's going all right. Like you just like the world just like sits above you, like your atlas there, and like the hole opens up in the bottom of the world, and then it just shits all over your head while you're holding it up. And you're like, what the fuck is going on here? That is literally probably one of the best ways. That's probably one of the best metaphors to describe my life, guys. Is I'm like sitting here holding things like this, like oh my god, this is so fucking heavy, and then like what I'm holding up just like has a hole that opens up below it, and I'm like, hey, how's it going? And then it just dumps shit on me. It just like literally just dumps shit on me, and that's a metaphor for some of my interpersonal relationships, mind you, especially of late. Just it doesn't even make sense, and it like more so it doesn't even make sense because like some of them are just like cold turkey shit, and you're just like out of nowhere, and you're like, what the fuck's going on here? Like someone just decided they have to have drama in their life or something, and you're like, okay, I guess why not? We haven't had drama in a while. Let's have some drama. Yeah, that sounds fun. Obviously it's not for them, despite them being one that's they're instigating it. So yeah, yeah. One of my friends just posted a picture from his home improvement store. Not one of my friends, one of my brother posted a picture from a home improvement store where they're locking up copper now. Like I'm not even joking about this. You know, like in Walmart where you see like logs on the shelves. Yeah, those are rolls of copper cable there, bare copper, and they're locked up with cables. Yeah. Uh huh. Yeah, an image of an entire store like that. Well, I mean, depending on where you live, sure. But copper is actually really fucking expensive. Little spools that they use for like doing home is extremely expensive right now. It's a very valuable metal. Never used to be as bad as it is now, but copper is very, very expensive. When you talk about people stripping copper out of homes, it's even happening even more now. But those are just like copper rolls just sitting there, just like waiting for them to just be scooped up by someone and put under their clothing. And I'm pretty sure they don't have anti-theft tags on them or anything. And the home improvement stores I visit don't even have anti-theft devices, just like the door things. Like they don't even have. It's not like Walmart. Wonder how many of those they lose a year, per month, per week. I mean, that'd be really expensive. That'd be like a custom. I mean, at the end of the day, instead of doing that, you could just have like you stop at the door, like pick up your order, right? For like Walmart. Depends on how expensive shit is. So there's ways of protecting stuff without going to extremes, right? Like the door things that Walmart does a pretty good job of managing, because they basically are lowest bidder, meaning they have a bunch of people that don't make a lot of money, which are usually the type that steal. Despite what people want you to think, guys, a lot of people that are poor steal. It's just the way the world works. You don't have money, and then you have to do what you need to survive, right? That's just the way it works. And people that are uneducated also tend to burn shit down. SimCity can teach you that. They do really stupid shit like gamble all their money away that they do have, and they burn shit to the ground. And that includes crime. So, yeah, just throwing that out there. If you're uneducated, or not everyone, mind you, or poor, a lot of people do what they can to get by, and that involves usually just not giving a fuck when they have to put food on their table, right? So, and it's understandable, but at the same time, it's preventable because it's something they could probably do to fix themselves, but they choose not to. Depending on where you are, obviously you can still work a minimum wage job and be poor, so that's not completely preventable, right? That's a completely different topic matter. You can work a full-time job and be poor, yeah. Anyways, moving along, guys. Yeah. Gonna do some Overwatch 2, guys. Last night we had some very good games in Overwatch 2. Kind of dialing in my settings here, figuring stuff out. Getting pretty close. Getting pretty close to nailing stuff down here, which is very good. 4716. We're hitting a lot of directs too. 5219. Oh my god. 5018. 4613. 3712. 4114. 4212. 114. 4518. And 4417. These games were actually... Oh. Anyways, we had some pretty good games. All things considered. We'll see how our games go tonight. Still a little weird. My mouse movement still feels weird. So. Alrighty, let's see what's going on in the tubes, guys, and go from there. Ooh. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's a bunch of people, so one of the 7800X 3D chips exploded. Not really blew up, it like bulged and then ruined the motherboard. And the chip, and a bunch of people are freaking out right now. Mandalorian and Masterclass and wasting time. Oh. I see some lovely stuff here, guys. Everyone's doing, yeah. Everyone's talking about it. Good for them. Huh. I can't imagine that being good. Netflix used to be kind of like, let's do something risky, and now they're just like, let's put out everything mainstream shit that someone's gonna gobble up and do nothing normal. It's fucking weird. They just swung in like polar opposites, where they went from like, let's try out new things that haven't worked out yet, to, hey, let's try to make as much mainstream garbage as we can. And politically correct mainstream garbage as we can. And it's disgusting. So, it's kind of sad. From one direction to other in all of like, what, 15 years or something? I guess it's a pretty long time. It shows when you have something, you don't want to lose it anymore.
Hi and welcome back to another video, also rather spontaneous video about the cooking up drama right now about AMD Ryzen 7000 CPUs dying, especially or specifically Ryzen 7000X 3D and also in combination with Asus mainboards. So you can find a lot of information and news out there on Tom's Hardware, on WCCF
I think we're gonna do a.
about Ryzen 7000X.
I think we're gonna do a highlight. I think I had one really good game yesterday. I want to make a highlight of
CPUs and mostly dying on Asus boards. So just looking at this, it seems
I mean,
quite worrying.
There aren't
It's
that
not
many
quite unusual
cases
that
so far.
CPUs die, but
Like
if
maybe
you
less
look
than a
at,
dozen.
the type of damage that we can see, it's a pretty unusual damage. Because if you look at the backside of the PCB, you can see this bulge on the PCB.
It is very unusual.
To get this kind of PCB damage, you need a very high temperature, which is that is completely unusual.
He did a diagnostic already on one of these chips that it melted.
That allows this kind
got super hot.
PCB damage. Then reading through Tom's Hardware news, I could also find that also it seems to be like an MSI board is affected. And then, very interesting, I found this case with this 7700X running on an ASRock board. And at this point, I had to ask myself a question. I mean, we're not looking at an Asus board, and we're also not looking at an X3D CPU. So all kind of theories around Asus BIOS and X3D CPUs doing something weird with the cache and CPU core voltage didn't really make much.
I think this is a problem with Precision Boost Overdrive, which is the built-in overclocking. Almost everyone uses it. You have to turn it on, and it technically voids your warranty, but it's proven very good over the last 3 or so generations of chips. I haven't turned it on mine. I was going to, and I have for a day, mainly because, and I'm sure it's a tweaked version of PBO, mind you. So I don't think this is the default zip values. I think they tweak it a bit, which is how you get the most performance out of it. I haven't turned mine on because I've been trying to iron out my other issues with my system. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is something to do because it's a very complicated algorithm that weighs in. It's basically like built-in overclocking that just always operates. It's like constantly changing the values and fluctuating based on temperature and such. Temperature draw and whatever's going on in the background. It's it's a much more complex version of overclocking, which is also why it makes it very good. And spent a lot of time trying to tweak it. But I'm guessing this is something to do with PBO feeding it way too much voltage and just exploding.
Much sense, because both didn't seem to be the case here. One reason why I also decided to shoot this video is because I was quoted multiple times on several news pages, because I also had two topics of dying AMD Ryzen X 3D CPUs, or one non-X3D and one X3D. So the first case is when I was traveling to Asus in Taiwan. And that is actually a case I would completely exclude from this topic, because I deliberately killed the CPU because we were increasing the core voltage to a level that you would never see on any kind of
weird for people usage. To kind of lower. It's kind of weird how that someone takes time to lower the bar of their accomplishments in life. You wouldn't want to, put aside your expertise in blowing up chips to devour, but apparently, he's trying to set things right, which is actually the right thing to do. So, yeah.
Expo.
I actually mentioned him as well to the guy that blew up where the bulge chip exploded that he showed off on Reddit.
So that's the case I would completely exclude from what we're looking at. But then again, 3 weeks ago, we had this CPU sent in by a user. His name was Eric. And this 7900X got so hot on a Gigabyte Aorus master board, so again, not an Asus board, that it got so hot, it unsoldered itself. You can check out the video that solder was basically dripping out between the PCB and the IHS. And it got so hot that it also killed itself. And we will look at this case again in a second. Generally, I also want to add that it's a very interesting thing that pretty much every generation of hardware at the beginning, when something new comes out, like for example now with X3D CPUs, there is always some kind of drama, like with 12-volt high power or with RTX 30 Gen. We had the cap drama, and yeah, it's always easy to jump on the drama bandwagon and just create some kind of content just for clicks and something without actually adding some content to it. And that's not what I'm trying to do. So I just want to highlight that, yeah, sometimes if I don't have information, I rather stay quiet. That's usually why I don't do videos about it, for example, with 12-volt high power. But here, this could actually be quite interesting. I also want to highlight that Steve from Gamers Nexus, and I talked to him at the weekend, he is already working on this topic also very much in detail. They have access to a broken CPU and they send it to a failure analysis lab, which should be very interesting because they should have a professional insight to what kind of damage happened to the CPU. Not necessarily how it happened, but what kind of damage we can see. So that should be very interesting. We will definitely wait for that. Going back to the Reddit and Asus drama, obviously it was kind of odd that if you, for example, check out the X670E Hero and go to the BIOS download section, all of the BIOS prior to the one from
someone else pointed this out on Reddit last
they're
week.
Not available for download anymore, which is kind of odd. And because I could already find a lot of conspiracy theories about this on Reddit as well, and I mean it's really weird, I just reached out to Asus and asked for an official statement. That's the statement I received from Asus. The EFI updates posted on Friday contain some dedicated thermal monitoring mechanisms we've implemented to help protect the boards and CPUs. We removed all the BIOSes for that reason, and also because manual vCore control was available on previous builds. We are also working with AMD on defining new rules for AMD Expo and SoC voltage. We'll issue updates for that as soon as possible. Please bear with us. Raj from Asus. The most interesting aspect about this entire statement is probably the fact that they go in detail about AMD Expo and SoC voltage. So we will get back to that in a second, but first of all I want to transfer over to Igor's lab because I also Skyped with him in the morning and we had a discussion about the entire topic, especially because we were looking...
Because they can't hide it, mind you. There's too much, it's exploded already.
Kind of pins
there's no way that they can sweep this under the rug anymore.
And if we look at a picture with the overlay to see what kind of pins are affected, we see that most of them are VDDCR, so basically the core voltage. Those are the red pins, and the ones next to it, well, the pads actually, are all ground pads. We also speculated a bit about what kind of causes sound plausible or like which kind of causes we would like exclude. For example, we think that just pure contact pressure to the pins.
You know how you make your stream or your video seem more legitimate? You have a wall full of hardware, and then you have fans spinning on your desktop. It really doesn't even matter what the computer is doing. It's probably not even on. It's probably just sitting at the BIOS screen, but the fans have to spin. So
didn't really make sense.
Spinning fans on your desktop, guys.
Past, like not with the Ryzen 7000 CPUs, but with different CPU generations.
Probably would mean more if it's
especially
smoking.
At the PCB damage,
smoking is
really
generally not
make
a good
sense.
thing. Adds
To me,
a lure.
personally, it would just make sense that for whatever reason, the temperature protection is not working in this state. So the CPU dies for whatever reason.
Oh, there is RGB LEDs on the memory. You see the memory?
Also the death of the temperature protection, or it was not working in the first place. And then the mainboard keeps feeding current to the CPU, causing it to reach like incredible temperatures. Because I know that from experience, doing die shots, we have to heat up CPUs to like 300 to 400 degrees Celsius to like remove the chips from the PCB. And only, I would say, 250 degrees Celsius plus, we can see those kind of like bubbles or whatever underneath the PCB that is like bloating. And like these temperatures are temperatures where the CPU has been dead for a long time. Like there's no way the CPU can survive these temperatures. And if we look at the case of the 7700X that died on the ASRock board, one interesting fact is that it happened pretty much in the center of the PCB. And even though if we go back to the image from Igor and like the overlay of the pads, this should be again VDDCR pads for core voltage. But if we look pretty much on the front side, this would be the area of the I/O die, not of the CCDs that contain the cores and also the 3D cache. Well, in this case, it's a 7700X, so there is not even a 3D cache. So all these kind of different failures make it a little bit difficult to narrow it down. But then again, if we look at the Asus statement, which says SoC and also Expo, it's getting quite interesting. And they're not talking about core voltage, which also kind of makes sense because we see different failures on X3D and also non-X3D CPUs. And also if we check out what actually the Reddit users did, none of them overclocked their CPUs. They're pretty much running stock. And
I don't think anyone is going to admit to overclocking when they know it might void their warranty. I don't think there's a single person, with how expensive these chips are, how expensive the motherboards are, I don't think there's going to be a single person that will admit they overclocked their fucking chip. Because that will almost immediately void their warranty. So, yeah, I don't think that's a legitimate. Like they may have said that. Do I trust legitimacy of the source? No, no. They have every right to lie, and rightfully so, because the whole statement about not running PBO or Expo, which are generally built in, like they aren't stuff where you have to be like a hardcore overclocker, like doing LN2 or something. Frying your stuff is borderline bullshit. I think a lot of people understand that and believe that, which is why I don't think, yeah, like people are willing to lie about that.
From what I can see, all of them had Expo enabled. And Expo, like loading higher memory speed, also usually increases SoC voltage, because SoC voltage,
I think
or
most
like
people
higher
don't know that
SoC
enabling
voltage is
Expo voids
required
your
to
warranty.
run
Expo's
stable, higher
XMP.
memory frequencies.
XMP,
And now you might
DOCP,
remember
it's the same
the
shit.
CPU I was talking about earlier, the one that
Different
I had
name.
3 weeks ago, the one that got so hot that it unsoldered itself. And like talking about all of this and like going through all the Reddit posts and everything, and then eventually realizing that it might be about SoC and not about the core voltage. It also means that it's not about X3D, but it's about Ryzen 7000, or might be in general. And then I inspected my CPU again more closely, like the one I received 3 weeks ago. I found something quite interesting. So as you can see on this CPU, I just didn't notice this because it's like a rather small damage compared to the other one, but it's exactly the same type of fault. As
Holy
you can
shit.
see, like in this area right here,
I mean,
you can see
this looks like the start of what's happening. That's weird. Oh boy.
that there is this bulge again.
That one's very, very subtle because it hasn't basically manifested
didn't
itself.
see
Or maybe it did
because
manifest
it's
itself.
like such a small damage you can only see from an angle,
Yeah,
but
like
it's
you have to look for
exactly the same type of damage. To sum it up, we not only have X3D CPUs, but also the 7700X from Reddit. We have this 7900X. We have boards confirmed by Asus, by ASRock, by Gigabyte, because this was also on Gigabyte board. We have, at least according to Tom's Hardware, also an MSI case. And all of them have in common that they were running Expo. And for example, right next to me, I have a Crosshair Extreme board. I'm running a little bit older BIOS. It's 0922 or 0902, but stock, it's using about the 1.02 volt for SoC voltage. And whenever I apply Expo, which is 6000 C like 38 or something on this kit, yeah, it's applying about 1.34 to 1.36
I saw that in mine. I thought that was safe.
SoC. On this setup, I'm running a 7600 non-X simply because it's the cheapest 7000 CPU I have running here, and an Expo kit from Corsair just cooled by a 280 AIO. So again, on this board, I'm running 0922, which is an older version that got taken down, and I'm running Expo 1, so that's basically the only adjustment I did. So running 6000 C30, it's already.
I can't run mine at 6000. I can only run at 50 to 100.
Which also means that if we scroll down, SoC voltage is running 1.34 volt. And what I want to try now is I will just simply increase this a little bit further, starting with 1.4 volt, and see if anything happens. Voltage is applied. On readout it's only 1.385, but at least the system is still alive. Next step would be 1.425, and I will
trying to cook his board,
testing this in steps and see if something happens. I finally reached 1.5 volt, and that's the point where I will stop increasing the voltage. I mean, I don't have to kill the CPU on a voltage that's like unrealistic, because that's already a region that you should usually not reach.
I guess his low line calibration influences this,
though. I will go
though.
into Windows and at this setting just put some load on the CPU and see if anything happens. So from now I'm just starting to run Cinebench R23, even though I don't have much hope that something happens, because it still seems to be a rather like rare case. But I'm running 1.48 volt on the SoC, which is again like an unrealistic high voltage. I guess typically between 1.35 to maybe max 1.4 is what you would see with some kind of XMP or like Expo, sorry about that, like Expo profile loaded. So yeah, I don't have much hope that anything happens, but I will just run this for like half an hour and then we will see. As expected, nothing happened. And I'm quite happy about that, because I can keep the CPU and I can also keep the board, because potentially it would damage both. But just to recap, I'm just happy that I again looked at my 7900X and then figured out that it's actually also affected, which then again means that it's not only X3D CPU, but also the normal Ryzen, because this could mean for you, for example, if expo is the cause, well, not really expo, but maybe SOC or higher SOC voltage, it could mean that you should maybe just double check the voltage if it's applied by auto, and then maybe lower it to a self value, maybe 1.2 volt, just to be sure until we know more, so your CPU is safe. And I mean, if expo is the cause, that could mean that you should, could mean for you, for example, if expo is the cause, high voltage, that anything happens, but I will just run this for
Also need a
half
cat.
an hour and then we will see.
I don't know how it deals
As
with the cat here.
nothing happened. And I'm quite happy about that, because I can keep the CPU and I can also keep the board, because potentially it would damage both. But just to recap, I'm just happy that I again looked at my 7900X and then figured out that it's actually also affected, which then again means that it's not only X3D CPU, but also the normal Ryzen, because this could mean for you, for example, if expo is the cause, well, not really expo, but maybe SOC or higher SOC voltage, it could mean that you should maybe just double check the voltage if it's applied by auto, and then maybe lower it to a self value, maybe 1.2 volt, just to be sure until we know more, so your CPU is safe. And I mean, if expo is the cause, that could be a very interesting debate. It's the same for Intel, to be fully honest, because for years, if you look at this, like Expo and XMP,
I mean, if he's running
like
at 1.5 and running Prime on it, it's probably fine at 1.2 or 3 that I meant. I'm pretty sure it's low line calibration. Low line calibration is when the motherboard basically boosts voltages it gives the stuff when you have a load applied. So it kind of offsets V-droop is what it's called, where basically voltage goes down when a load is applied to keep it stable. And usually it does a pretty good job. It depends on what level you use and what board you have and basically what revisions, BIOSes you have and such. But it can also do really wonky things like apply way too much voltage.
It's out of warranty, right? Because it's exceeding the memory clock. And yeah, if that's the case, then this certainly will become a very interesting debate. For now, maybe just to stay on the safe side, lower the SoC voltage, because it doesn't seem to be that simple. I will definitely look forward to Steve's material from the failure analysis lab, but I just wanted to contribute that I just found the same kind of defect on my 7900X, which is not an X30D CPU, so it just opens this up for a broader thing, like different kind of errors, faults you could find in the CPUs, and probably not related to like the 3D cache, and then again probably not related to the core voltage, and then also not to a single BIOS or single mainboard vendors, and just like a bigger thing. All right, thanks for tuning in. See you next time. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Interesting. Interesting. No. They had an announcement that he basically got his hands on the chip. Maybe it's on his Twitter. Okay. Let's take a look at the Mandalorian, guys. Oh. Yes, please.
You know, one of the things that really appeals to me is a TV show or a movie with a tight, efficient screenplay. The kind of thing where every scene and carefully crafted piece of dialogue either advances the story, tells you more about the characters involved, or builds your understanding of the world they live in. Sometimes they even manage to do all three at the same time. For example, the Edgar Wright movie Hot Fuzz has got to be one of the most efficient and perfectly balanced scripts I've ever seen, constantly feeding the audience important information that rewards careful viewing and gives them all the hints, clues, and setups needed to make the payoffs work properly later on.
Where does this coincide with Mandalorian?
Them with so much exposition that it becomes overwhelming, or pulling contrivances and sudden revelations out its arse to explain stuff that was never even hinted at before, unlike some movies I could name. Which makes it kind of frustrating when screenwriters decide to go in exactly the opposite direction, hammering together tedious and long-winded scripts that take forever to advance their stories and seem almost designed to waste as much time as humanly possible. And honestly, it's tough to think of a better example than The Mandalorian, which is practically a case study in stretching out 10-minute concepts into 40-minute episodes.
We've talked about this before, guys. How the fuck did they pull off 24 episode seasons of sci-fi shows in the 90s and O's, and today we can't get fucking 8 episodes of a cohesive plot? 24 episodes at an hour, basically the same length of The Mandalorian, guys. TNG, Deep Space Nine, Voyager. Now, they aren't super amazing, mind you, but they're much better than the fucking Mandalorian, where those are like big Stargate, Battlestar Galactica, and Battlestar Galactica is actually pretty good. Babylon 5? Well, they aren't super amazing, although some of them are actually pretty good. Babylon 5 and Battlestar Galactica being them. They basically have good writing. Well, relatively good writing. It's like they gave a shit. How the fuck did we pull off 24 episode seasons in the 90s and O's, and we can't get 8 episodes that make sense and still require 2 years to make? What the fuck? Yeah, what's going on here? Yeah.
The first 2 seasons were already pretty bad for this kind of thing, relying on lots of slow walking and very deliberate dialogue to pad out the runtime, but I think it really fell off a cliff in season 3 when the writers seemed to abandon all concept of meaningful storytelling. And to illustrate my point, I'm going to break down episode 2 of season 3, which in my opinion has got to be one of the most clunky, inefficient pieces of script writing I've seen in years. And I've seen a lot. Believe that. Now, the general backstory for this episode is that Mando got busted for removing his helmet, which is a big no-no in Mandalorian
Yeah,
culture,
no shit.
and it basically got him exiled from his clan. To redeem himself, he needs to go to the Mandalorian homeworld, journey down into the underground mines beneath the planet, and bathe in the living waters of Mandalore. Nice stuff. The only problem is that the planet is now a toxic, uninhabited wasteland. Or so everyone tells him, at least. I guess no one bothered to actually check, though. So the first thing he does is drop in to see Apollo Creed because he's decided he needs backup for this mission, so he wants to rebuild the assassin droid from season 1. That goes about as well as you might expect. And he's told that the droid needs a special part that apparently nobody has anymore because it's convenient to the plots. So Mando's like, whatever, and then he goes to Bo-Katan for help next, but she's like, nah, it'll be fine, because she's sad that she doesn't have the Darksaber anymore. So basically, nobody's willing or able to help him in his totally arbitrary fetch quest, which is where episode 2 picks up. The episode begins on the planet Tatooine, because of course it has to begin on Tatooine. Gotta make use of that volume screen somehow. Anyway, Hillbilly Mechanic Lady is having an
Yeah, supposedly, he explains it at one point, they're supposed to go to a secluded spot and eat alone. Yeah.
argument with an alien, and then some droids, and then some Jawas before Mando arrives. And in case you were wondering, yes, this entire scene is completely irrelevant to the plot, and it goes on for 2 minutes and 5 seconds by my watch. So Mando shows up and asks for the special part that he needs to rebuild his murder droid, but she's like, nah, we don't have it. Take this R5 droid instead. So he takes it and he has a very lengthy chat about nothing in particular, and finally he's on his way to Mandalore with Baby Yoda in tow. We're 6 minutes into the episode, by the way, and nothing significant has actually happened yet. Then they arrive at Mandalore and there's another lengthy flying sequence where Mando tells us a bunch of stuff that we already know. This sequence lasts for a grand total of 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So they land on the surface and Mando sends R5 to scout ahead and measure the atmosphere or something, which kind of baffles me because isn't the point of an atmosphere that it's, you know, kind of all around you? And haven't you already been flying through it for the past 2 minutes and 20 seconds? Nah, whatever.
And he has a pressurized suit too.
So
and he's like, his fucking instrumentation's obviously attached to the fucking airplane, right? To the Star Cruiser. Like,
trundles off into a nearby cave very slowly, and then they lose contact with it, which forces Mando to exit the ship and go after it. This sequence lasts for 2 minutes and 50 seconds this time. I'd like to point out that we're barely 11 minutes into this episode, and about 7 of those minutes have more or less just been pointless filler. So Mando goes into the cave to look for the droid very slowly, and then he gets attacked by some Morlock people because the script needs an action sequence, I guess. And then he takes the droid back out to the ship and goes back inside with Baby Yoda this time. Why is he taking Baby Yoda into an unknown environment that's already proven to be extremely hazardous when he could just as easily order the ship to lift off with Baby Yoda inside and circle the area safely until he gets back? Don't know. What I do know is that
It's kind of weird. I do want to point out that Starship or Star Wars technology isn't really real technology. It's like if you imagine what would happen if you had 80s technology that could fly. That's basically what Star Wars is. I know it's kind of convoluted, but that's kind of like the environment they live in, is where they have like 80s technology that can fly in space and or shoot stuff. So that's basically, you know the touch and speak, right? The little hand thing. Maybe some of you guys don't know because you didn't grow up in the 80s, but speak and type or whatever, we type it in and it goes, I just wrote, or I just spoke what you wrote. That's basically what fucking Star Wars tech is in the 80s. Although for some reason the droids are really intelligent, despite the fact that they basically can't actually do. It's a weird convoluted scenario between like hyper futuristic technology and being held back by like 80s retro stylization. So at the same time, it does make sense that maybe he should be able to do that. Like the Starship probably wouldn't have been capable of doing it, even though it's a Starship. It would have been capable of doing it. Star Wars, I think that's how they try to preserve kind of like the legacy of Star Wars, is by making it feel like it's 80s and retro, right? Like you look at his fucking computer on his little baby cradle thing that's highly advanced and knows when to put him in his like in the cocoon, right? And it's like two lights.
that we're now 14 minutes into the episode, and we're only now doing something that could have been accomplished in the first 5 minutes. So they push on underground, and there's more extremely slow walking and looking at stuff, which isn't strictly a bad thing in this case, because this is an important moment that deserves time to breathe. Mando's taking his first steps on the homeworld of his species, a place that no one has set foot in years, just like the Moria sequence in Fellowship of the Ring. In fact, a lot like the Moria sequence in Fellowship of the Ring. The problem though is that this show is fucking riddled with slow, ponderous walks like this, and if this sort of thing happens all the time, then there's nothing unique or significant about it now. Anyway, wouldn't you know it, Mando gets ambushed and captured by a giant spider droid thing. I mean, this really feels like the kind of enemy that should wipe the floor with at this point, but whatever. Baby Yoda is now the only person in...
Because he missed the part where Bo took over the series. If you guys didn't know, Mandalorian's not about Mando, who's actually called Din. If you didn't know that, Mando's name is actually Din. Yeah. So, there's that, and Bo is basically the star of Mandalorian now, because Mandalorian's actually about all Mandalorians. It's not about Mando. It's about all Mandalorians, and Bo is the leader of the Mandalorians, which is why the series is about her now. Yeah. And as I mentioned, I've told you guys about this, but it felt an awful lot like they just repurposed the plot for Bo.
In a position to help him, so instead of using his mighty force powers to free him or crush the droid out of existence, he instead decides to fly all the way back up through the mines, past the Morlocks, into the ship, back to Bo-Katan, and just hope that somehow his arrival is enough for her to totally understand the situation, and that she's willing to help despite telling Mando to piss.
Guess who has a bounty hunter ship, guys? Bo has a bounty hunter ship. Does Mando have a bounty hunter ship? No, he doesn't. Can you take bounties home in that thing? No, you can't. What the fuck were they doing? Like, she has all the toys that he probably should have gotten. He had a bounty hunter ship. It blew up, and then he got a little tiny starfighter, which would have been all right if he had a cruiser it docks with, but he doesn't.
Off earlier, and that she's able to get there in time to rescue him. I mean, how long does all this shit actually take? Hours? Days? Don't know, but what I do know is that we're now 23 minutes into the episode and about to redo all of the stuff we did previously to get to this point. So Bo-Katan...
By the way, this is called fisking, and I don't completely agree with it because you lose sight of basically the overall show. And when you do stuff like this, you're basically breaking it down point by point, right? Scene by scene. At the end of the day, it's really about how all the scenes are put together to make you feel as though you're doing something. So while it might seem like a time waste to him, it's not a time waste to everyone. So I don't agree with the method he's doing here. And Mandalorian's still a shit show, but I don't agree how he's trying to break it down to make a logical argument, because I feel as though this is a discredit to any sort of meaningful entertainment. Because just at the end of the day, like when you break down your gameplay and you go 0.25 in Overwatch, it's going to look like shit. It's the same thing here, because it's not reality.
Flies all the way back to Mandalore, walks back into the cave very slowly, looks down on the mines of Moria again, fights the Morlock people again, then kills the giant spider droid thing and rescues Mando with the dark
with his sword.
Then he walks into a pond and somehow manages to sink about 500 feet underwater in a matter of seconds, and she has to go in and save him again.
Basically, no one else has a better idea, so fuck it.
The thing is, all of this stuff is designed to do precisely one thing: waste time. It's the writing equivalent of busy work, having characters approach their objectives in the slowest, most inefficient way
fluff piece.
possible, backtracking and
Actually, a
repeating the
fluff
same
piece is
events
different.
in the same locations, and having people fall victim
Writing
to
fluff.
contrived problems that they absolutely should be able to solve themselves.
When you're in
And
college,
why?
you basically
Because
have to
it's
become a
show
master
without
just writing
creativity
fluff.
to
You just
come up with
basically
good
add
ideas,
extra
or the
conversation and
skill
stuff
to
that doesn't
implement them in a
necessarily
smart and
like just
interesting
more
way. The whole
set
narrative
more.
thrust of this episode is to get Bo-Katan and Mando to team up and go to Mandalore together so he can redeem himself with his clan and give her the Darksaber so she can fulfill her destiny to lead her people back there. The stuff that actually facilitates all of this could be trimmed down to about 10 minutes of screen time, and everything else around it is just there to pad it out. So what could we do with these two characters instead? Well, imagine for a moment that Mando goes to Bo-Katan, and instead of being sent on his way and wasting about 20 minutes of screen time getting them back together, he strikes a deal with her. Come with me to Mandalore and help me get to the magical bullshit pond, and I'll find a way to give you back the Darksaber. We'd get to see them working together to get through the mines of Moria, fighting enemies, overcoming problems, and interacting with each other along the way. There's tension and mistrust, and the stakes are high because each of them
Writing?
desperately wants to get something from the other. The audience is left to question whether one's going to betray the other, and maybe they each have a chance to sell out their partner for their own benefit, but ultimately choose to do the right thing and battle through to the end together, gaining a better understanding and respect for each other.
The more I see like modern entertainment, guys, the more it starts feeling like a lot of humans are just bots. Like we're actually living on like an alien world right now, and like the majority of people are just kind of filler. It feels that way. And you can totally tell like when something's kind of genuine written by a human. This honestly feels like a lot of entertainment, a lot of shows nowadays just feels like it's written by ChatGPT. These are supposed to be real people that wrote this, right? Like real people actually took time to write this. Assumedly they went to school for this, and they can't write shit? What the fuck is this? Like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, it's like ChatGPT doesn't have like any creativity, right? It's just like kind of methodical, putting a bunch of stuff together that just kind of works. And that's what a lot of shows feel like nowadays. Occasionally, you'll still find a good show, but a lot of these just feel like they're just heartless entities. It's not even like heart. Like it has to be a masterpiece, but just like whoever wrote this just didn't give a shit. Like it's like they weren't even there when they wrote it. Like it was just some sort of I call this before Adderall, not Adderallism, but like Adderall writing is what I called it, which is basically you get juiced up on Adderall and you just hammer out a paper, and that's what a lot of people do in college. And for my roommates did that. I've mentioned this before. I had roommates, and one of them had ADHD really bad, and he sold his pills because they're really expensive and made a lot of money doing it. And one of my other roommates obviously would buy some. And when he did papers, guys, like he's a normal human being. When he did a paper, he just took one. His eyeballs would like go like fucking like this, and then he just sit there for like 2 hours going like this. And while I could do that because I basically have the not dexterity, but rather the focus and concentration to do it. He's trying to do it like basically on drugs. It makes writing very, very, very easy. And just like the episode of Family Guy where Brian does it and realizes he just writes a bunch of shit, it's the same thing because you just like hammer out a bunch of words and it's really easy to do. But at the end of the day, you just like lead together a bunch of just random shit and it doesn't really make sense altogether. But you know, it's done, so it doesn't really matter either. This is what I used to call Adderall writing. Now it just feels like it's ChatGPT. It honestly just feels like ChatGPT could really just do the same thing, or maybe even is doing the same thing, like with someone's private ChatGPT, right? Prior to ChatGPT being released, because public release usually is slower than private release because private is funded more heavily, right? Because no one gets to use it besides people that pay for it.
Along the way. It's simple stuff, but you'd be surprised how effective it is to take two popular characters and force them to work together to overcome a difficult challenge. And it's infinitely more interesting than watching the TV equivalent of Player 2 speedrunning the same level that stumped their mate. And the real ball ache here is that The Mandalorian is practically built around time-wasting, inefficient scripts like this. And it's all time that could have been so much better spent giving characters actual personalities and understandable motivations, expanding on the world,
allowing them to talk together, even bullshit with each other. Like it's not even like they don't even have a battle of wits, which is hard to write.
In a forward direction.
They could just
it's
talk.
Sloppy, lazy, unimaginative writing of the lowest order, taking ideas that feel like they were scrawled on post-it notes in a 5-minute brainstorming session and pumping them up into full-length episodes without worrying about pesky little details like, is there enough story to actually justify this? Or does this even make sense? But hey, if you happen to be an aspiring writer looking to hone their craft, then it's basically a textbook example of how not to write screenplays. So shit, man. Maybe the Mandalorian does have a useful purpose after all. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Episode 2. Mythosaur, because it has a great name. Mythosaur. My favorite part of Christmas is how easily the storytelling could have been affected by people involved just cared. Yeah, no shit. Those apathy towards Star Wars is something I'll never believed in a decade ago. Yeah, I don't think I think the same thing would happen regardless of series. I think it's just people that don't care. Are they even people? I don't know. Like, is actually a legitimate question at this point. How can you be someone that has degrees in writing, creative writing, right, and screenplay, and can't write shit? like, let's be perfectly honest here. Like, this is like playing Overwatch and like watching like a gold play or something. Like, what Can they play the game? Sure. Or can they make anything meaningful? No. Like there's tons of better writers. I assumedly there's tons of better writers out there, right? Yeah. Yet this is what we're stuck with. How? How? Like, are there people employing these guys? I thought Din was going to keep the Darksaber and rebuild Mandalore. Yeah, no shit. It's because they're pretty sure they swapped positions with Bo. I feel like every scene with Din being saved by Bo-Katan and Grogu, yeah, he's actually the princess. Oh, I forgot to add that. He's a glorified babysitter. It says I edited it, yeah. So I don't know why it doesn't give you a grace period before it tells people that you edit stuff, especially if no one responds to your post. And if it's within, like, let's say 5 or 10 minutes, it should allow you to edit stuff and not tell people that you edited it because that's within reason, right? Instead, all I do is just remake my post and all of a sudden it's not edited anymore because it's basically the same thing. So, yeah, I don't know, guys. This last season of Mandalorian was even worse than our prior seasons, mainly because they're getting rid of Din and now it's the Bo-Katan show. Even though it's called The Mandalorian. But I guess Mandalorian's about all Mandalorians, right? Aha, therein lies the joke. Is this actually about all Mandalorians, not Din. It's not about Din. This is, the right wing really loves this shit right now, where basically, Elon basically bullies a BBC reporter. It's basically what it amounts to. He tries to force an interview onto the BBC review journalist, which I don't think makes sense in any way, shape, or form. But a lot of people are taking it to heart. So, because a journalist is not the company, and he's basically trying to interview the BBC through a journalist, which doesn't work. So, I don't like. There's a lot of stuff that Elon Musk does that I think is very good because there's a lot of billionaires that just sit on their Dragon Hoard. But there's also stuff that he does that I don't agree with. But if he doesn't turn evil, I don't really care, is what it turns out into. People that actually change the world, guys, are going to do both good and bad things. It's just the way it's going to be. And as such, as long as someone just doesn't turn evil, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think Musk is basically chaotic neutral right now. So he does things that are generally aligned with his interest, but also doesn't try to sway the scales too much on one direction or another. And as opposed to just doing whatever society thinks that he should do, which is generally where you want to be. Sure. Talking specifically about an alignment scale for Dungeons and Dragons. If you guys don't know what Dungeons and Dragons is, or the alignment scales, it's a good way of describing people. And there's a couple different ways. So, like, they're all spectrums within each other, which is lawful, which is you abide by laws, neutral, which is kind of go both ways, and chaotic, which is, you sow the seeds of evilness, right? And then there's versions of a good, neutral, and evil. Which sounds kind of convoluted, but it's not. Like, if we look at chaotic neutral, a chaotic neutral character is an individualist who follows their own heart and generally shirks rules and traditions. Although chaotic neutral characters promote the ideals of freedom, it is their own freedom that comes first, and good and evil comes second to their need to be free. Examples of this alignment include barbarians, rogues, and some bards. Lawful evil characters are a well-ordered system as being necessary to fulfill their own personal wants and needs. Using these types of systems further their power and influence. Examples of alignment include tyrants, devils, corrupt officials, undiscriminating mercenary types with strict code of conduct, blue dragons, and hobgoblins. So it's the type of people that would, like they're going to destroy the world, but they're going to make it orderly when they do so, right? Yeah. Because they believe that a system has to function with, strict rules and guidelines. And then you have people that are like chaotic evil. Chaotic characters have no respect for rules, other people's lives, or anything of their own but their own desires, which are typically selfish and cruel. They set high value on personal freedom, but do not have much regard for the lives of freedom of other people. Chaotic evil characters do not work well in groups because they resent being given orders and usually do not behave themselves unless there is no alternative. Examples of this alignment include higher forms of undead, violent killers who strike for pleasure rather than profit, demons, red dragons, and orcs. So there's differences here between them. All right. But yeah, chaotic neutral is where I'd put them right now. Is tabloid. Okay. I have to use the bathroom real quick here, guys. Here, watch post 10 while I'm gone.
Hey everyone. First, but it's typically safe a few weeks in advance. There's some beautiful views of the mountain peaks. The bugs are already out. I have a bunch of them splatting on my windshield. You see right now the snowpack is considerably deeper now that we went up in elevation. it's still 78 degrees outside, which is very warm. Right now, this road I'm on, I believe this road is the 3rd highest elevation of any road in New Hampshire. I think the only exceptions are the Mount Washington Auto Road, which is the ultimate highest, and I think the second one is called, what is it called? Something Notch Road near the Cog Railway. Jefferson Notch Road, that's what it is. That is the 2nd highest road in the state, and I believe the one I'm on now is the 3rd highest road. I've been on this road in times past where it'll be raining when I begin it, and there'll be inches of snow in the road at the top because it'll be like a blizzard. Weather changes from top to bottom, and when you're on a road like this, and I know there's a lot of them out west where you can go in elevation very quickly, it's always fun to play a game if you have other people in the car. Whoever guesses the temperature at the top of the road wins, because there's usually like a 10-degree difference. I'm still going up right now. When I started filming, I told you it was 78. We already dropped down to 74, and it's gonna probably drop another 5 degrees by the time this road starts going down again. And you see the snow is getting considerably deeper just in the past 2 minutes or less of filming. Driving by Wildcat Mountain Ski Area. All the ski trails are still completely covered, but I think they probably ended the season already. I don't see anybody on it. I don't see any of the ski lifts moving. Not at all. And here's another beautiful mountain view right in front of us. Take a look at that. All of that's melting. Now, way up there, it's still probably not that warm, but it's a big difference from when I was up here 2 weeks ago. You couldn't see any of the rock. It was a solid snow-capped mountain. Even the swamp up here is still frozen. Wow, I can't believe this time of year all the parking lots are full and it's overflowing out into the road. This time of year it's actually dangerous to climb Mount Washington because as it's melting, any kind of snow up there can give way into giant crevices. Don't want to go hiking alone when there's snow up on the mountains that deep. Now we have just started descending again down the other side. So it got down to 71 degrees up here, quite the difference. It is back down to 80, I should say no, it's up to 80 degrees once again down at this point, and you see there's still good snowpack in the woods. It's melting fast, and it looks like we may have a blockage right here. I know I'm not even close, but I always get nervous when I'm on soft ground like this. It feels like the car just wants to tip over. Wow, it's so warm out. This is the warmest I have felt all year. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's so hot that I'm blasting the air conditioning, but yet there's still snow everywhere. Is this a blockage or is the pipe just collapsed? All right, I can tell you there may be a blockage on the inside, but you see if we zoom in, you see how the leaves are just gliding in there ever so gracefully. There's no blockage here at all. Let me get up so the sun glare. Whoa! That was so loose. I just tried to climb up on those. Looks like railroad ties. Wow. I just splashed dirt up into my eye and just hurt my ankle, flooded my shoes. Oh no. Wow. Well, we gotta pull those things back out. Wow, that was way too loose. I can't believe that didn't fall by the snowplow or something. Those are not even secured in there where the pins are supposed to be. Wow. It could have been worse. That could have fallen on me without my steel toe rubber boots. Those things are so heavy. Not that one so much, but this one is waterlogged and wet. Couldn't pull it out anymore. But I think there's an internal blockage. We'll figure it out when we get to the other side. Oh, we may actually be able to help with this. Yeah, see how it's coming out? No blockage. Not in the pipe, at least. We got this big pile of debris here, but that's still not even it. If we walk up here, This is what's causing the whole backup into the pipe. Right there. And I think I can do something about that. Okay? I'm gonna go get my boots back on. No, I'm just gonna leave the sneakers on. I'm already wet and it's really warm out. Yeah. All right. Now just take a look at this. You see the water is like half an inch right there above the exiting end of the pipe. And you saw the other end was completely under. Now keep this in mind because I want to show you what that looks like after we're done. So I think I may actually put right in that knee. This pipe hates me. Oh my gosh. Oh, I just gotta lay here for a minute. Right in the knee. I'll be fine in a minute, but that's like the funny bone. Ow. 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 This pipe got off to such a bad start. Ow. I just banged my knee on this so hard. Wow. I see excavator tracks here that are very fresh. I wonder if they tried pulling something. No, it's not. The excavator tracks are from a trimmer. All recently trimmed, probably in the fall. Now take another look at this end. You see, just like the other side, the other side has like half an inch under. This side, it's just kissing it, barely anything. But keep that in mind because we're gonna show what it looks like after. Before I set up camera number 2, I want to try getting rid of this brief blockage because some of this is gonna get sent down there and I can unclog it at the same time. Then this will be more of a drastic difference afterwards. Right in the pipe, there's like 3 feet of water, and then the riverbed comes up. This little area here may have filled in because of the blockage downstream over the years. Only where the water's blasting it, it's not accumulating because the spring thaw here can be pretty violent sometimes if it's combined with rain. So this riverbed, it will honestly probably erode if I'm successful totally. But I think I can help at the very least. It's warm out. I don't care if I completely get wet. I really don't. How easy is this going to come apart? Seemingly very easy. And it looks like some of this is actually from the trimming crew. The water actually feels good. It's nice and cold. I think I'll be more successful if I actually get in there with my hands. I thought that was a whole birch tree log. That's just a piece of bark, so this should be easy to move. Stubborn. Definitely stubborn. Come on. Wow, there's so much debris on the end of it. Yeah, we just basically got rid of the whole thing. Basically we did. Now it's just kissing this side. Wow. So this one was caused by the guy trimming, and nobody came afterwards to clean it up. That one is still alive and attached. And look. The entire blockage is gone. If we're successful at that next dam, this will drop like 2 feet. Time for camera 2. All right, everyone, here we are at the blockage.
Oh my god, guys. Are you watching him clean a drain? Some of the least offensive content in existence, mind you. Alrighty. Oh my god. Let's fast forward. Oh geez, yep, Getting that culvert moving.
And we got
This is a guy that literally
massive
makes
difference. Take a look at that.
this guy literally makes content cleaning drains.
difference.
Not even like professionally cleaning
Got a foot
drains.
of clearance.
He's a
Let's
guy
get those
that
couple
just goes
things
around
out
and
here
cleans
as
culverts.
preventative maintenance. You see all the leaves still eroding? It was built up far. Even that little dam right there is building up water. And you can see, look at the water mark all the way up there and around the corner was being backed up. Wow. These little puddles and stuff are actually beneficial, especially during droughts. So we're just gonna remove the debris in the immediate
You came from your
entrance.
fall. Wasn't such a great day for you physically, but you did a wonderful job as usual. 43,000 views, guys. 9 hours ago. Uh-huh.
This is all caused by the
I mean, if it sells, right?
trimmer guys. See, a lot of them are still stuck to the ground because they were only partially cut.
Normally he has waiters. I don't know why he has waiters. Maybe it's a different guy? No, it's post 10.
Looking good. Wouldn't have been able to look through the pipe before. Time to get back on the road. It's just kissing it, barely anything.
Uh-huh. Ah! This is exactly what I was waiting for. Uh-huh. This is the money shot here, guys. Yep.
When it's not cold, I don't mind one bit getting wet. The only thing is, my wallet was on me, so that makes me a little nervous. But it didn't get wet, and I just took it out for our next adventure. Wow, the car is boiling. Gotta turn air conditioning back on. Just there for what, 20 minutes? Already boiling. That's how, when you're in a vehicle in hot weather, it can become dangerous fast. And it's only 80
Good.
out.
Well, that was lovely. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Anyways, what I was actually looking to cover, I forgot about, was the UAP reports. There's new release footage from the Pentagon for UAP reports. If you guys don't know what the UAP reports are, unidentified aerial phenomenon, which they rebranded from UFO because UFO is unidentified flying object, which doesn't mean the same thing as aliens. The thing it means, though, is people cannot identify it. So, new UAP footage. Yeah. And they're saying it's not aliens, but there's also nothing that means that it's not aliens. Like, they're saying it's not aliens, but they also have nothing to prove that it's not aliens, sort of ordeal. And there's some new videos that are coming out that are really kind of make you wonder. This is stuff from the government. This isn't some rando on Facebook that's posting something. This isn't just random grainy footage from the 80s. This is actually from our government. So that's kind of the funny and unique thing here is obviously I very much believe in aliens. I don't think they're little green men. I view it more as like in more of a scientific approach. Like they probably have probes here, right? So they have something automated like drones. They basically have like drones on our planet. Not necessarily the same thing as like little green men flying around in spaceships. I think we're being probed. Being probed, but not necessarily in the same way that you or like more normal people would think of it, right? I think they have an automated presence here, much like we do on Mars. Who? Don't know. But it seems an awful lot like you. And there's a lot there's a lot of conflicting pieces of information, not because like, oh, conspiracy theory or anything like that, but rather just no one has everything together. And it wasn't until ARROW was formed, which is it's a long acronym, Anonymous Research Organization or something like that. Like the government didn't even have a way to report UFOs up until last year. And since its inception, they immediately exploded in the number of cases they got. Up until this January, they had 300 unresolved cases. And from January to now, in 3 months, they now have 600 cases. Yeah, and they don't even have all their cards together. It's a new organization, so they haven't even gotten like all the connections between other organizations, other government affiliates, and parts of the government to work together yet. And they already have reports pouring in, which, it doesn't matter if some of them are trash bags, because they are, right? It's just stuff that they can't figure out. And some of them they do, but there's also these ones where they can't figure them out. And that's what really matters. It's not about all the ones where they can figure it out. And by the way, it's not about little green men. As far as ARROW and as far as government goes, this is about national security. So it's not about necessarily, oh, are we being visited by aliens? It is about, does an adversary, so China or Russia, that someone could pose a national security threat, have much more advanced technology than we do, which is a very, very logical way of looking at it, right? If you have something flying around that in no way, shape, or form respects physics, and you can't explain it, that's probably a national security risk, regardless of little green men, right? Regardless aliens or whatever. Yeah, military jokes. But the thing is, they aren't, because it's the military that is saying that they can't figure them out. So maybe it's Section 9 or Area 51 or some stupid shit like that. But we talked about this every year because it's popped up. I think the first one was in 2021 when we first talked about this. We talked about this every year because there's an annual report that now happens where the government or Congress wants to hear about this. And the military actually had to put together an organization to look into this. And they're actually finding some really fucking weird shit. And some of it's been kind of known for years. And there was a huge stigma when this was first coming out. They're trying to destigmatize the idea of UFOs because they essentially have a bunch of military personnel that are afraid to talk about experiences that might make them seem crazy. Because the last thing you want to do if you're in the military and you are on track to, go up the ranks, and basically it's like a ladder. It's like a ladder in whatever game. Imagine you being deselected because of your opinions, right? You're not going to fucking do that. You're going to respect what everything's the structure, the system, right? You're going to respect the system because otherwise you get fucked by it. So you have a bunch of people that are afraid to talk about these experiences or even report them, so they don't. We have years, decades of basically people that experience stuff, and besides just after they retire, they come out 20 years later and talk about something that weird that happened in the 80s. They don't talk about this stuff because they're afraid of being stigmatized. And the whole idea behind ARROW and the UAP reports, the Pentagon UAP reports, this is actually a thing. This isn't, some crazy on fucking YouTube. This is actually a thing that the Pentagon's doing. The Pentagon UAP reports, you can Google it, is actually a hearing that they have. You can listen to the hearing at Congress where they talk about this stuff. And it's essentially, it's there to destigmatize the idea of reporting UAPs, which, people are calling them UFOs because the public understands UFOs, but they're actually called UAPs, and that's what they refer to them as, because UFOs have a stigma. They changed the name to avoid the stigma, because a lot of people seem to think all sorts of crazy shit when you mention UFOs, when in fact it's just an unidentified flying object. It could be a lot of different things, right? It could be a paper bag, it could be a drone, it could be a kite, it could be a little green man's fucking spaceship. We don't know. That's the whole idea behind it, is you don't know what they are. And the idea of this organization is to figure it out. It's always really cool when this pops up. There's only so much footage because it's each year, and some of it's classified in which they can't show to the public, but then there's also some stuff that they do show to the public. So, yeah. We're going to take a peek here. Do they actually have the hearing? No, this looks just like the video. I don't know if I want to do Fox News. No credible evidence of aliens that UFOs that defy physics. Well, they actually do have some that defy physics. but they say they aren't alien. But they can't know that they're not alien. They just know that they aren't alien because it's not been confirmed that they're alien. So they try to walk this thin line, guys, between saying it's not aliens, but they don't know what it is, so it could be aliens, because they don't want to get into the scenario where they're trying to confirm some sort of crazy nut jobs theory here. But at the same time, they're trying to present all the facts and the ability, like, to show the information to people without, jumping to a conclusion, right? It's basically science. Like, you have to figure out, you can't just immediately jump to the conclusion, even it might be like, oh my God, that's what it is. It doesn't necessarily mean that's what it is, right? Let's see. This is from, once again, this is from the government. This is why I like covering it. This is not just crackpot theories on YouTube. Where's my read aloud? We need Charles here. Henry? We need Henry.
Google
Charles.
Cloud text to speech enables.
Oh, there's actually a listen to this article.
Just a quick word from our sponsor.
Oh.
Trying to grab all the groceries in one trip?
Can I mute? Can I
Not
mute
how
this?
you would have done that.
Oh.
You know
Oh.
sometimes less is more. Like when you drive less and save
Ah,
with the
got it.
USAA annual mileage discount. USAA. Get a quote today.
Got him.
Robin White. Never before seen UFO videos have been declassified by the U.S. military during a Senate meeting. On April 19th, the director of the Pentagon.
That's not a real person. That's a fucking fuck off. They didn't even hire someone to read their articles. NPR reads their articles.
Ever before seen UFO videos have been declassified by the U.S. military
Mine's
during
better.
a Senate meeting. On April 19th, the director of the Pentagon's newly instated All-Domain Anomaly Resolution
Hero.
Office presented the Senate Armed Services Subcommittee with 2 declassified videos. The first video was captured by a Reaper drone and shows a mysterious orb flying in the Middle East in 2022. A statement from the RO said that this object was not displaying anomalous behavior, but it still has not been identified. The first video illustrates how, in many cases, there is simply too little data on the observation to make a final judgment. However, this case remains in the AARO's active archives, meaning they're still holding out for additional information.
Yep.
The second video shows an object filmed in South Asia, filmed using an MQ-9 forward-looking infrared video sensor. The video shows an object flying in and out of the frame. RO said in a statement that this was likely to be a commercial aircraft. The Middle East video was reposted to a Reddit community on UFOs, where social media users shared their thoughts. Newsweek subscription offers greater than, I am always a negative Nancy, when it comes to things like these, but this is a half-decent video to
It's
be
from the
fair.
military.
This is exactly what we need. More pictures and videos like this. Longer ones preferably. This is why a lot of us are closely following proceedings, to see real data. We know they have plenty of it, one Reddit user said. Another said, I'm pretty sure I saw one of these. Just a metal ball sitting in the sky above the highway. My friend saw one too, sitting in the sky above her apartment. She took a pic, but like all UFO pics, it doesn't really look like much. Dang, that's super good footage and it appears to be going pretty fast and steady, a third user said.
Not really interested about the users.
The RO is currently examining 650 potential UFO cases. About half are currently being prioritized due to them being particularly notable and anomalous.
Mm-hmm.
Still, despite this, there is no concrete evidence of aliens.
So, what they want to point out here, guys, is they don't have evidence of aliens, but at the same time, they can't say it's not aliens. They just don't think it's aliens, right? Because not knowing what it is means they can't identify it in the first place. So they can't say whether or not it is or isn't aliens. It's just, it's something, right? It's a something. That's basically what it comes down to. It's a something.
Without sufficient data, we are unable to reach defendable conclusions that meet the high scientific standards we set for resolution, and I will not close a case that we cannot defend the conclusions of Sean M. Kirkpatrick, Director
because that's the whole point of Arrow, is to figure out what they are, not to align with whatever you want it to be, right? That's science in and of itself. That's good they found someone that's actually willing to do that, that's willing to actually go on a limb and just go, no, we can't figure out what it is yet. We don't know. It's a thing. But, you know, we'll keep an open mind here. Maybe we'll figure it out at some point, but right now we can't. That's a good place to be.
At the meeting of the subcommittee. I should also state clearly for the record that in our research, RO has found no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity, off-world technology, or objects that defy the known laws of physics. The meeting took place as the two departments are trying to better understand more about unidentified aerial phenomena. Senator Joni Ernst said at the meeting that the recent incident involving a Chinese surveillance balloon that was shot down over the U.S. indicates the need for more understanding, ABC7 reported.
That was technically a UFO.
Scientists
up
working
until they
at
figured
RO
out what
are
it
working
was.
to improve data on UAP so that any security threats can be identified. The office was first set up by the Defense Department in July 2022 for this specific reason.
Yeah, it's a year old. It's a fucking year old, guys. And they have 650 cases, 300 of which were this year. Let's take a look at this. Any video or sound? No. That's it right there. And it could potentially be a drone, but this is also on a drone, so this is moving. This is the infrared on a drone that's actually moving right now, not just the picture standing still. So, if you look at it, this basically, drones are pretty fast. They're basically small airplanes now. Military drones are essentially small airplanes. Like Reaper drones are basically small airplanes. They're about the size of a Cessna if you actually go and see one in person. They're pretty fucking big. They move pretty fucking fast. And this guy right here, you can see it right in front with the hue around it and the glow around it. Is normal drones cannot keep up with a military Reaper drone. That's not a thing. Which is kind of why they're looking at this and going, huh, that's not quite right, because this is flying around. And they're trying to figure out what it is. And you go, oh, that's just a normal drone. This is not a standstill platform, even though you can't kind of pick it out because it's like it's trying to lock onto it right now. Can't figure out what the fuck it is. So there's someone behind a computer right now trying to figure out what this is. And I know you're like, oh, that doesn't matter. It's just a lens flare or some stupid shit like that. They're specifically the Arrow guys, these guys that are doing this, point this out because they can't figure out exactly what it is. That's the whole reason. They've looked at the idea that it might be it might be another drone. Oh, it might be a lens flare or something like that. The whole reason we are seeing it now is because they can't completely figure out what it is. Yeah, I mean, there's like you're like, oh, it's a quadcopter. This went to a government agency that goes, hey, is this a quadcopter? And they're like, no. So like, even if you're like, oh, it's a quadcopter, you have to realize this actually went through a bunch of eyeballs before you, trained eyeballs. They're like, we can't figure out what the fuck this is. And while it might be, oh, it looks like a quadcopter or something, which it kind of does, you realize this is on a Reaper drone. This is the infrared from a Reaper drone flying through the air extremely fast. And this is something that's keeping up with it, just like flying in front of it. They're flying on the side of it. I think we might actually take a look at the Congress, the hearing, which adds a lot more context than looking at just the video and the excerpt. I hope the excerpts actually had more information, but they don't. My eyeballs are trained. Okay. But like, if you look at this, it has a distinctive hue around it, which is infrared, so it's a heat signature around it. It's like right in the center. It looks like it has like I guess like if this was from top down, right? So if you're imagining the Reaper drone looking down at it, it potentially could be a quadcopter, right? If you're looking down at it, like these are the rotors, are probably what you're thinking. But at the same time, the inner center here is not going to be producing a lot of heat, and it has hue around it. And this is the other one. And whoever's watching, it looks like a basketball. It literally fucking looks like a basketball. It's not dropping to the ground. It's literally flying. Yeah, it looks like a pinball or a basketball. So once again,
I'm shocked. I'm surprised.
oh my god. Once again, it is not it's not made up footage. This isn't someone on YouTube. This is actually from reputable footage. Balloons don't move like that. Balloons do not move at this speed. So it's round like a balloon, so you got that down. But it also doesn't move like that. So yeah. Let's see if we actually have actual from this year. Yeah. Underscore today, only a very small percentage of, let's see, more context here, guys, instead of just looking at like cherry pick stuff. Report 2023. Politico, usually pretty good. This was the first one, and this is the second one. So they're only showing the video. This is a better source than Newsweek for sure.
The Pentagon is investigating a rising number of cases involving unidentified aircraft. The head of the agency's
Very
effort
fast
told
wind.
senators on
Sure.
Wednesday
That
it
doesn't
is now
blow off
tracking
the
some
drone.
650
I think they
incidents.
said it might be an
But
airplane.
Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the All-Domain
Which
Anomaly
it
Resolution
doesn't really look like an
Office,
airplane at all.
also looked to tamp down some of the out-of-this-world speculation about what's behind the sightings.
I don't know which
telling
one they're talking
senators
about,
that
which
his
order.
shop has found no evidence of alien activity. Kirkpatrick was testifying before the Senate Armed Services Committee, the second such Capitol Hill appearance for Pentagon officials over the past year, as lawmakers take an increased interest in the unexplained incursions amid fears that the vehicles may be operated by America's adversaries. He said that approximately half of the reports of unidentified aerial phenomena have been prioritized for further review and to examine if enough data is available to resolve the cases. But Kirkpatrick cautioned that many cases may remain unresolved due to a lack of hard data. He estimated 20 to 30 cases are halfway through his office's analytical process, with a handful of cases that have been peer-reviewed and closed. I will not close a case that I cannot defend the conclusions of, Kirkpatrick said.
Yeah.
During his testimony, Kirkpatrick showed videos of two recently declassified cases of unidentified objects observed by U.S.
This is
military
what the
drones
public
to
gets to see.
demonstrate ARO's analytic process. The first video, showing an apparently spherical object observed in the Middle East in 2022, remains unresolved for lack of data. A second sighting from South Asia this year was resolved pending a peer review after ARO's analysis determined the object to be a commercial aircraft.
So that was the drone
The
looking
more
one.
than 650 cases is an increase from an unclassified annual report issued by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence in January. The DNI summary said 510 cases were catalogued through August 30, 2022. Concerns over incursions into U.S. airspace by unknown objects have gripped Washington in recent years, and
Yep.
Kirkpatrick's office was established last July to spearhead the analysis of
Hero.
sightings. But he also sought to temper assertions that UFOs have a non-worldly explanation. I should also state clearly for the record that in our research, RO has found no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity.
Because they can't identify it, they also can't say that it's from off-world either. So yeah, I mean, that is 100% correct. They can't say that it's a UFO because they can't figure out what the fuck it is. It can't be a UFO. So they have to do this, and I admire this, and I've mentioned this before. They can't say that they're UFOs unless they literally. The only way they could actually say that it's a UFO is if they actually have a contact with the UFO and figure out that it's actually from outside the world. Up until the point where you see it come out of space, guys, is the point at which you aren't going to be able to say it's a UFO, right? Or someone from the ship actually contacts you and says, "Hey, we're not from this neighborhood," and you're like, "Oh, hey guys, how's it going?" Right? Up until that point, you have no idea what the fuck this is. This is why this is so engaging, because this is not made up footage. This is from the government, and the government generally doesn't really have a case to lie in this case, except for the maybe trying to cover something up. But all they have to do is not show us the footage in the first place. But we've reached the point where basically the government doesn't know what this shit is, and they just never had a process to process it in the first place. And I very, very much doubt that they ever had a process to process. There's no Area 51. I don't think Area 51 exists. I don't, with bureaucracy and the government, guys, most everything doesn't get done unless there's someone to do it, and generally public interest involved in it. And I don't think anything involved with UFOs has ever been done simply because it just, there's nothing been there to perpetuate it. There's no one there. And people can say what they want about Area 51 and such, and I don't think that exists. And this is, I think, more to the case that it doesn't exist because there's no Men in Black. There's no organization that just comes along and scoops up these reports and then processes them. There was nothing here up until Arrow was formed last year. It's like general incompetence 101 of the government is just, they just don't do stuff because the government's not a person. The government is an entity that we commission, right? It's something that we put together. And at the end of the day, it comes down to lowest bidder, just no one caring to. A lot of government jobs are just don't give a shit, just keep pushing the buttons, right? And I just don't think there was anything ever there. I really don't. I don't think, for how much I want to believe in aliens, I don't think Area 51 was ever anything of interest. If it was at one point, they probably tore apart a spaceship or whatever they had, cataloged it, and then that was done. And Area 51 probably doesn't have little green men or anything at it. If anything, they probably found wreckage and cataloged it, and that was basically the end of it. Yeah, so like I said, I think this is a lot has to do with like new area, and I don't necessarily think this is like a government conspiracy or they're trying to prepare us for UFOs. I really just think this is the government being the government, and they have no idea what they're doing. And they're just kind of, now we finally have an agency to record this shit, and they already have 600. And it doesn't matter if those 300 were fucking trash bags, right? It's about the other 300 that can't figure out what the fuck they are. And like they're actively pursuing, like you said, like 20, 50, that they have no idea what they are.
Concerns over incursions into U.S. airspace by unknown
Balloons
objects have gripped Washington in recent years, and Kirkpatrick's office was established last July to spearhead the analysis of sightings. But he also sought to temper assertions that UFOs have a non-worldly explanation. I should also state clearly for the record that in our research, RO has found no credible evidence thus far of
This is why it's exciting, is
activity,
because there isn't
off-world
really any
technology or
motive here.
objects
It's
that
not
defy
getting
the known
clicks on
laws of
YouTube.
physics, Kirkpatrick said. Only a very small percentage of UAP reports display signatures that could reasonably be described as anomalous, he added. The majority of unidentified objects reported to RO demonstrated mundane characteristics
As you would
of
expect.
balloons, clutter, natural phenomena, or other readily explainable sources.
Like I said, it's not about the trash bags. It's about the handful that you can't figure out, and that's what really, really matters. It's not about all the other ones. It's not about 99.9% of them. It's about that 0.1% that we can't figure out and looks really weird, right? And depending on what it is, that can start adding a lot of credibility. Some of the best footage was, we covered it already. It's been around the news for like the last 20 years, from the people from the Air Force, like trained pilots that actually recorded stuff like this. And there's no way, we covered it last year and the year before that. There's like no way you can explain it away. And they've been on 60 Minutes and everything. And it's like they show the footage and they explain the experience, and they, to the best of their ability, like they aren't like, oh my God, it's aliens, but they're like, yeah, we have no idea what it is. The government doesn't know what it is. And here we are. Yeah, one of those things, because they felt the need to tell everyone about it because it was such a life-changing experience to them. Trained pilots flying around in, I think it was F-16s. Yeah. Anyways,
He said that approximately half of the reports of unidentified aerial phenomena have been prioritized for further review and to examine if enough data is available to resolve the cases. But Kirkpatrick cautioned that many cases may remain unresolved due to a lack of hard data.
Yep.
He estimated 20 to 30 cases are halfway through his office's analytical process, with a handful of cases that have been peer-reviewed and closed. I will not close a case that I cannot defend the conclusions of, Kirkpatrick said. During his testimony, Kirkpatrick showed videos of two recently
it's rereading the top.
Only a very small percentage of UAP reports display signatures that could reasonably be described as anomalous, he added. The majority of unidentified objects reported to RO demonstrated mundane characteristics of balloons, clutter, natural phenomena or other readily explainable sources. Kirkpatrick, however, made waves with a draft paper he co-authored with Harvard professor Avi Loeb last month that presents a theory that some recent objects that appear to defy physics could be probes from an extraterrestrial mothership.
Yep. Hey, look, guys, something I've talked about for the last probably 4 years at this point. Someone in the government just co-authored a paper on, because it actually makes a lot of sense. I don't think there's a mothership. If you have to understand that like aliens can go across the galaxy, they probably can send probes wherever the fuck they want. And if there is a mothership, it's probably not in our system because they don't need to be here. So why would they be here? And as I mentioned, it's just like a theory here. My guess is a lot of it has to do with the fact that we're just probably a developing planet, and we're just like, under protection of someone. We're in a wildlife reserve, or we're part of someone's media program where we are literally like rise and fall of an early empire or something like that. And they're like recording us like Hunger Games sort of shit, and they have a betting pool on us and whether or not we're going to explode or develop fusion first is probably the bet. Whether or not we can develop fusion or we'll annihilate ourselves.
Only a very small percentage of
Entertainment,
UAP
right?
reports display signatures that could reasonably be described
Oh
as
my God.
anomalous, he added. The majority of unidentified objects reported to RO demonstrated mundane characteristics of balloons, clutter. No senators asked Kirkpatrick about the paper at Wednesday's hearing, however.
Because they probably think it's
Interest
crazy.
in his office spiked in February after a Chinese spy balloon traversed U.S. airspace,
Yep.
followed
They
by
actually asked
shoot-downs
them.
of several other unknown objects over U.S. and Canadian territory. Capitol Hill was also stirred up by revelations that previous Chinese balloons flew through U.S. airspace dating back to the Trump administration, but went undetected.
Yeah, or they didn't
Pressed
care.
by the panel's ranking Republican, Senator
That's
Joe
even worse
Yurts
is
of
if they just
Iowa,
don't care.
Kirkpatrick said his office hasn't seen evidence that unexplained events under its purview were caused by Russian or Chinese technology, but pointed to concerning indicators that foreign capabilities could be at play. Are there capabilities that could be employed against us in both an intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, and a weapons fashion? Absolutely, Kirkpatrick said. Do I have evidence that they're doing it in these cases? No, but I have concerning indicators.
So the concerning indicators, once again, they can only show so much to the public. Concerning indicators here are as he's seeing stuff that he can't explain, but they also can't say that they're Russian or Chinese because I kind of doubt that either Russian or Chinese have any sort of technology that's like, have you fucking did you see the rip-off Toys R Us fucking Starship? There's no way. There's no way. China is very good at duplicating shit and spitting it out. They're not very good at originality. Russia, maybe. Russia maybe has some sort of crazy program. I think if they did, they probably also wouldn't have their tanks exploding in Ukraine right now. So I also don't think that's true. So you can say what you want. If there's crazy shit flying around, guys, in the U.S., it's probably a weather balloon is a weather balloon, right? Or a balloon, surveillance balloon is a surveillance balloon. That's stuff from like the 1920s. That's not really that big of a deal. If you have stuff flying around, it's like fucking like a pinball going like this. There's questionable stuff going on there, and I don't think China would be putting a starship into space that literally looks like a knockoff of Starship. And Russia wouldn't have its tanks just constantly exploding in Ukraine right now. So, yeah, I think those are two really big indicators that probably neither of those guys possess any sort of highly advanced technology. Just throwing that out there. So, anyways, let's take a look at this again. So they said the first, this is swapped. The other one showed this one first and this one. So this is an airline. This is that's the drone. This is a airliner. And the first one they can't figure out. This.
You'll see it come through the top of the screen.
There we
is,
go.
and then
Oh
the
my God,
camera
it's
will
actually from
smooth follow
Congress.
it.
Thank fucking God.
You'll see it pop in and out of the field of view there.
Here we go. We
This
actually
is
have
essentially all
like the actual where they're talking in Congress.
of the data we have associated with this event from some years ago.
Last year.
It is going to be virtually impossible to fully identify that.
Behavior consistent with other metallic orb observations in the region. No demonstration of magnetic technical capabilities and no apparent threat to airborne safety. Cases active archive pending discovery of additional data. Arrow uses active archive cases for trend and statistical analysis.
Just based off of that video. Now, what we can do and what we are doing is keeping that as part of that.
Much better. This is exactly what I was
group
looking for.
of 52% to see what are the similarities, what are the trends across all of these? Do we see these in a particular distribution? Do they all behave the same or not? As we get more data,
This is the leader of
we will
Arrow.
be able to go back and look at these in a fuller context. How are we going to get more data? We are working with the Joint Staff to issue guidance to all the services and commands that will then establish.
That's someone who takes
what are
his
the
job pretty
reporting
seriously.
requirements,
You need some hair plugs,
timeliness,
guys.
and all of the data that is required
No.
to be delivered to us
Base.com.
and retained from all of the associated sensors. That historically hasn't been the case, and it's been happenstance that data has been collected. Next slide. This particular event, South Asia, MQ9, looking at another
Signatures, performance signatures.
MQ9, and what's highlighted there in that red circle is an object that flies through the screen. Unlike the previous one,
The one you thought
this
was a
one
drone.
actually shows some really interesting things that everyone thought was truly anomalous to start with. First of all, it's a high-speed object that's flying in the field of regard of two MQ-9s. Second, it appears to have this trail behind it, all right, which at first blush you would think that looks like a propulsion trail.
It still looks more like a drone.
If you want to play the first slide, we'll show you what that looks like in real time, our first video. So we're looking at that. There it goes. Why don't you play it again and then pause it halfway through? Right there. All right, if you might be able to see that trail there behind it.
It's like a Jetson
That's
thing.
actually not a real trail. That is a sensor artifact. Each one of those little blobs is actually a representation of the object as it's moving through. And later in the video, as the camera slews, that trail actually follows the direction of the camera, not the direction of the object. We pulled these apart frame by frame. We were able to demonstrate that that is essentially a readout overlap of the image. It's a shadow image, right? It's not real. Further, if you later follow this all the way to end, it starts to resolve itself into that blob that's in that picture in the top left, right? And if you squint, it looks like an aircraft because it actually turns out to be an aircraft. Go ahead and put that on.
Base.com.
So you'll see the tail sort of pop out there. And so what you're looking at is, this is in the infrared, this is the heat signature off of the engine.
So it's not a quadcopter. Yeah, you can actually figure that out now. They're like that. This is the tail section.
Of a commuter aircraft that happened to be flying in the vicinity of where those two MQ-9s were at. Why am I showing you
Interesting.
this? So the first one that I showed you, we don't have resolved yet, right? That is an unresolved case we are still studying. This one we can resolve, but this is the kind of data that we have to work with and the type of analysis that we have to do, which can be quite extensive when you have to pull these apart frame by frame. Further, we're now matching all of this with the models of all of those imaging sensors so that I can say, I can recreate this. I can actually show how the sensor is going to respond. All of these sensors don't
And then they can
necessarily
fix it, too.
respond the way you think they do, especially out in the world and in the field. And I believe that's all I have, and I will open it up for your questions.
Can you just give us some raw numbers of how many UAPs you've analyzed, how many have been resolved, and sort of in what buckets, and then how many are still left to be resolved? Just an update from your January public report where it was 366 or something, and about 150 were balloons, and about 24 were drones. You know, just give us an update if you have one.
Sure. So as of this week, we are tracking over a total of 650 cases. Now, the report in January basically said about half of the ones at that time, about 150, were likely balloon-like or something like that. That doesn't mean they're resolved.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so what? Let me walk everyone through what our analytic process looks like.
Notice how he's trying to be extremely methodical and show very little emotion because he's trying not to convey anything that might be mistaken or misconstrued into something that's not.
We have essentially a 5-step process, right? So we get our cases in with all the data. We create a case for that event. My team does a preliminary scrub of all of those cases as they come in, just to sort out, do we have any
Base.com.
information that says this is in one of those likely categories? It's likely a balloon, it's likely a balloon.
I think this is the only
likely
time I ever watch
some
anything
other
from
object.
Congress, guys, is this.
Or
And maybe if
we
you
don't
include the, the president getting
Then
elected.
we prioritize those based off of where they are. Are they attached to a national security area? Does it show some anomalous phenomenology that is of interest? If it's just a spherical thing that's floating around with the wind and it has no payload on it, that's going to be less important than something that has a payload on it, which will be less important than something that's maneuvering. Right, so there's sort of a hierarchy of just binning the priorities because we can't do all of them at once. Once we do that and we prioritize them, when we take that package of data in that case, and I have set up 2 teams. Think of this as a red team, blue team, or a competitive analysis. I have an intelligence community team made up of intelligence analysts, and I have an S&T team made up of scientists and engineers and the people that actually build a lot of these sensors, or physicists, because if you're a physicist, you can do anything. Right?
Oh.
But they're not associated with the intel community. They're not intel officers. So they look at this through the lens of the sensor of what the data says. We give that package to both teams. The intelligence community is going to look at it through the lens of the intelligence record and what they assess, and their intel tradecraft, which they have very specific rules and regulations on how they do that. Scientific community, technical community is going to look at it through the lens of what is the data telling me, what is the sensor doing, what would I expect a sensor response to be, and back that out. Those 2 groups give us their answers. We then adjudicate. If they agree, then I am more likely to close that case if they agree on what it is. If they disagree, we will have an adjudication. We'll bring
Pretty cool.
community
So
together, we'll take
it's a
look
lot
at the
more than
differences.
just
We'll
hey guys,
adjudicate
let's
what-
oogle at this
why
sort
do
of
you
ordeal.
say one thing and you say another. We will then come to a case.
I don't think so. As from what I've heard, they don't have enough funding for what they're doing, as most government agencies don't. They're really underfunded. Depends on which part of the government you're talking about. Department of Defense is very well funded. Aero, I don't think actually falls under the budget of Department of Defense. I think that it has its own budget from Congress, so it could just disappear on a whim, like NASA. But like for what they do, that like he's not a scientist. This is a government employee. He's the head of Aero. So I guess kind of looking for money, but not really. This is something they have to do every year. They basically report to Congress, and what you're watching right now is this year's report, which is what I was looking for. And then they also have a closed briefing behind doors. The first one was like an hour long.
That'll get written up by my team.
Where they explained it.
That then goes to a senior technical advisory group, which is outside of all of those people, made up of senior technical folks and intel analysts and operators from retired out of the community. And they essentially peer review what that case recommendation is. They write their recommendations, that comes back to me, I review it, we make a determination, and I'll sign off one way or the other. And then that will go out as the case determination. Once we have an approved web portal to hang the unclassified stuff, we will downgrade and declassify things and put it out there. In the meantime, we're putting a lot of these on our classified web portal.
So, it's not publicly available yet, which is unfortunate because a lot of these would be really cool if you could actually see them. They're actually keeping the good ones for themselves. Take what you will from it. We're getting what they're willing to show the public. So, I guess at the end of the day, it's still a government agency, right? But this also means we're going to start to see some of the declassified stuff that they're actually getting too. Apparently, it's not up yet. The government agency's only been around a year. I don't think even a year. I think it's been 9 months. But the amount of reports that they're receiving, guys, is insane. It's absolutely fucking insane. If you consider a paper bag or something flying around, that people can't figure out that it's a paper bag like a John Doe, like a Slane in real life can't figure out that that's a paper bag, right, flying through the air, or a plastic bag flying through the air. That's a lot of them. And he said like half of them they can't really figure out quite yet. Yeah. That's quite a bit. That's quite a bit. And obviously they have to still, I don't think he said any of them were completely unresolved, but rather they're still in the process of resolving them. And some of these they can't explain, which is what I think the ball one was the one that they can't explain at all. The other one was a drone or airplane. But yeah, no, he's not really, since it's a government agency, this isn't really like tinfoil hat, let's get some more money sort of shit. I mean, he needs to stay employed, but the way it works generally is when government agencies like this disappear is he just goes, because he's part of the government, he just goes back to, I think he was part of the CIA or something originally. I'm not sure what branch he was originally from. Is Air Force or something? Intelligence. I think it's CIA.
Where we can then collaborate with the rest of the community so they can see what's going on.
At the end of the day, he doesn't really have a reason to lie, putting aside government interests, right? Not for funding, at least.
That's, in a nutshell, that is the process, right? So
that's why it makes this so interesting to watch, because it's kind of unbiased, but still biased.
That takes time.
A lot of everything you see on YouTube is biased, right? They want to sell you the fucking YouTube.
Prioritized
the UFO memorabilia and merch and shit.
Half of them to be of anomalous, interesting value. You can then collaborate with the rest of the community so they can see what's going on. That's, in a nutshell, that is the process, right? So because of that,
he also has to figure out what he can and can't say, I guess.
Time. So of those
government agency,
650, we've prioritized.
They're really exciting, guys. You're probably not thinking that, but it is.
Half of them to be of because of that, that takes time. So of those over 650, we've prioritized about half of them to be of anomalous, interesting value. And now we have to go through those and go, how much do I have actual data for? Because if all I have is a operator report that says I saw X, Y, or Z, my assessment is A, B, or C.
That's going in a
Really
box.
sufficient. That's a good place to start, but I have to have data. I have to have rate.
So if I was in this guy's position, once again, this has a lot to do with funding. And while you might go, oh, that sucks, right? You got someone's handwritten report and you're like, yeah, okay, this is just an operator saying this. If you are a thorough government agency, because you have the ability to do so, he has to weigh and balance his resources, right? He has what he can actually do with what he has, and he's obviously going to opt for whatever has kind of evidence, whether it's physical or video, right? You're going to opt more for that, or audio. In the case of that, if you're being more thorough, which he can't be because he doesn't have the funding. I read a article on this a couple months ago in January. We barely covered the January bit because it was just like, it was literally just, hey, we have 300 things. This is the actual UAP report. We have 300 things where we can't identify them. We're looking at that. There's like a guy talking about this, and basically, the amount of their ability to do their job depends on the amount of funding they have, and they basically have a shoestring budget right now. So that's like a big deal. It's like, if you're in a case here where you have a written report from this one guy, you know, does that really matter? No. When you have, like, you can look at videos, and you're going to look at the videos, right? But if you're being more thorough, you would have people that would question the guy that made the report, and then figure out whether or not someone can collaborate the story that he made, and then you can figure out whether or not there's more evidence, like actual investigation work, right? But they can't do this because they're literally just a handful of people just on a shoestring budget. And that's the unfortunate reality of, like, you're trying to make something that's like the CIA for UFOs, but nowhere near the budget to do something like this. There's no Men in Black going and knocking on someone's door because they don't have the money to have Men in Black. So the Men in Black don't even exist yet because they can't actually employ people to go and actually do real investigation. There's no shit. What the fuck was the UFO series from the 90s with Scully? Wah, wah, wah. X-Files. There we go. Like the X-Files. They can't do the X-Files. There's no one there. They don't have money to do it. Fucking X-Files. Yeah, I watched the X-Files a little bit when I was younger. It never really did it for me. It was kind of like pseudo. It's basically like what they're essentially doing, more or less, but at the same time, not really. So, yeah, like X-Files is actually kind of what Arrow is right now, to be perfectly honest, is like the thing that they're doing is kind of very similar things. But the X-Files, the branch that they're part of, probably was a little bit better funded than Arrow is. So, yeah, I like, this is kind of one of the interesting things here is, like, even though, like, they can't really say they do or don't exist, like with a handwritten report, right? But at the same time, that definitely warrants further investigation. They just can't do it because they don't have the money or resources to do it, right? So you could go, oh, it's just a handwritten report. What can you pull from this? You can pull from the fact that this guy actually saw something, or whoever it is saw something, right? And then maybe you can dig up more evidence or something associated with it, so you actually have a more bountiful or fruitful case. Just like with the same thing with footage, maybe there's people in the vicinity that maybe saw it and recorded it as well, right? You could actually go to the locale and have people like detectives that could investigate that. That costs money and time, neither of which this guy has. So,
radar data, I have to have EO data, I have to have thermal data, I have to have overhead data, and we need to look at all that, X, Y, or Z. My assessment is A, B, or C. That's not really sufficient. That's a good place to start, but I have to have anomalous, interesting value. And now we have to go through those and go, how much do I have actual data for? Because if all I have is a operator report that says I saw X, Y, or Z.
This is like the beginning of an organization, so they're working with what they got.
That's not really sufficient. That's a good place to start, but I have to have data. I have to have radar data, I have to have EO data, I have to have thermal data, I have to have overhead data, and we need to look at all that. Now, from a big picture perspective, I still have, that's all still very valuable data. And we're looking at applying a lot of new tools, analytic tools like natural language processing. So I can go across all of those reports and look for commonalities. How many of them are being described as round spherical objects that are maneuvering? How many of them are not maneuvering? How many of them seem
so they can classify them into types?
Or no.
They talked about this in the earlier UAP.
That's also going to be very valuable to give us more of a global picture and a trends analysis of what are we seeing, right? And help us get to the determination. So go back to your question, ma'am. We have this next quarterly report will be coming out here pretty soon. Our next annual report, you all have given us, moved it up to June, July. We're going to be having that done about that time frame.
There's going to be another one in June or July. I thought they're yearly. That's interesting. So this is like they're doing like quarterly reports now?
And we'll be combining a whole number of.
Once again, like if Congress takes this seriously, guys, they really need to fund these guys because they can only do so much with what they have, and like this isn't the FBI or CIA. They're literally trying to like these are people that basically are kind of there's a big part of the scientific community and the world that sees the idea of UAPs or anything that is unexplained as laughing stock, and it's just that's a thankless job, to be perfectly honest. Like it's not taken seriously. And I think we've actually kind of, as a civilization, we've kind of reached a point where people are taking it, as can be seen here, are taking it seriously. And still, even then, they're like, feeding them scraps from the table on a whim from Congress. So,
into that one. I think we're currently sitting at around, if I remember correctly, we're around 20 to 30-ish are about halfway through that analytic process. A handful of them have made it all the way out to the other side, gone through peer review. We've got case closure reports done and signed. We're going to get faster as we get more people on board and we get more of the community tools to automate some of the analysis that has to be.
And tie in with other organizations. They have 650 reports, guys, without tying into other government organizations yet, like the FAA, for instance. So being able to correlate with, besides picking up a phone, being able to correlate with other people from other agencies, right?
Be done.
On this day.
Interesting. And I hate when it skips. How do you go back and replay the other video? I want to go back to the last video. How do I go back to the last video? Fucking autoplay. No, you're not gonna let me go back. Okay.
On this day.
Here, how about I refresh the page instead? Okay. Let's take a quick peek here, guys. What is Arrow's budget? Nothing to do with Arrow. Aaron? AARO's budget. Have a budget? Yeah, I guess people aren't calling it that. Okay. Getting a budget from somewhere. Budget. Resources for Arrow will be visible program budget review process, USDI, INS, and are invited to participation. I don't think they have really an actual budget yet. Requires quarterly classified reporting to Congress beginning no later than June 13th, 2022. So it's quarterly. I didn't see any last fall, but it could be just they're trying to figure stuff out. But yeah, this is all the footage. This is the stuff that's really reputable that was kind of just been there for years. That just like, what the fuck is this shit? Sort of thing. You've seen this all before. Why is Wikipedia's video so fucking bad? Like, why can't they just like formulate like a thing with like YouTube or something? Like, all their videos are like 480p or something. This is higher video than this. We've seen this all with the voiceovers from the officers, basically the pilots that are talking on voice comms with each other. They're flying around. Yeah, so I think they have like a special budget right now until they're actually just like an actual formulated part of Congress or a part of the government. Office tests with UFOs have been profile rise, science, Chinese surveillance balloon, traverse the U.S. Yeah, this aligns with the right. Oh my god, Chinese surveillance balloons, terrible. Pan the Biden administration for not sufficiently funding the outfit's research. They only offered enough. Here.
During a Senate Armed Services Emerging Threats Subcommittee hearing on the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or RO, Gillibrand, who chairs the panel, said despite substantial initial funding for RO, the budgets that the Biden administration proposed for fiscal years 2023 and 2024 offered only enough funding to cover the office's operating expenses.
Yep.
The requests included almost no funds to sustain the critical research and development work needed to sustain serious investigations, Gillibrand said.
Keep the lights
It
on,
took
guys.
a letter to Defense Secretary Lloyd J. Austin III from me, Senator Marco Rubio, and 14 others to get the office temporary relief for this fiscal year, she said, referring to the Republican senator from Florida. The office, which Gillibrand and others helped create as part of the fiscal 2022 National Defense Authorization Act, is tasked with synchronizing efforts across the Defense Department and other federal agencies to collect, track and identify instances of unidentified flying objects, also called UAPs. The permanent office replaced the Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force, housed within the Department of the Navy. The office, which is administered jointly between the Pentagon and the Director of National Intelligence, was designed to expand the task force's work with more rigorous reporting requirements.
So they had like a couple specialty, like kind of like an office space for some of these guys prior to this actually being a department, agency. And that's what they're talking about.
RO gained increased attention early this year when a Chinese-operated high-altitude surveillance balloon traversed the country and captured the nation's attention before being shot down off the East Coast. At the time, lawmakers and administration officials gave conflicting accounts of the office's role in advising the government on how to handle the balloon.
Yeah.
Pentagon spokesman Air Force Brigadier General Patrick Ryder told reporters that RO was a key player that provided expert advice when the balloon was first detected. But Rubio said RO took more of a backseat after the White House stepped in.
Yeah.
The subcommittee's top Republican.
I remember that. They basically made their own committee. The White House made their own committee to decide what it was when Arrow is supposed to decide that. That's kind of funny.
Joni Ernst of Iowa said the panel needed to know about Chinese or Russian advanced technology programs to spy on the U.S., and if RO has detected such capabilities. RO Director Sean M. Kirkpatrick said his office was reviewing more than 650 UAP incidents reported by military personnel, up from 510 in January. But, he said, the majority of cases can be explained. The majority of unidentified objects reported to RO demonstrate mundane characteristics of balloons, uncrewed aerial
Here it's
systems,
510 to
clutter,
650.
natural phenomena or other readily explainable sources, Kirkpatrick said. And, though he acknowledged it would likely disappoint many UFO watchers, his office has found no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity, off-world technology, or objects that defy the known laws of physics.
I mean, what definition are they using to define the laws of physics? But you can't figure out what the propulsion it's using. It kind of defies the laws of physics too. So, yeah, but yeah. Like I said, they're walking a line, trying to make it seem as though it's as legitimate as possible, whilst not just like going off the deep end, right? Like he made a paper about an alien mothership in the system with the probes. So, you take them and you get them, guys. Anyways, interesting. Yeah, so they basically have a shoestring budget, is what it comes down to. And whatever they started with, which isn't disclosed, apparently, they said substantial initial funding for Arrow. And then this year is 2023-2024, only enough for funding to cover the office's operating expenses. So, no actual numbers. Anyways,
in the Middle East, observing that blow up, which is an apparent spherical object via camera will essentially all come through the top of the screen. There it goes. And then the camera will slew to follow it. You'll see it pop in and out of the field of view there. This is essentially all of the data we have associated with this event from some years ago.
It looks like a beach ball that's falling through the air that's made of metal.
You'll see it come through the top of the screen.
It literally looks, this is the weird shit, guys, is like, if this was on YouTube, if you just saw this on YouTube, you'd go like, wow, this is really bad CG, right? But this is actually from the government. So that's the weird thing about this is like the credibility here is much higher because why would they make footage of random beach balls falling through the air and captured by their drones? It's not like you can tell, like I mentioned before, by like the guy's monotone voice, he's not trying to incite or infer any sort of reaction that you might take from this, right? It's literally like if you look at this thing, it literally looks like a beach ball that's made of metal that's just falling. But it's not falling because it's not landing on the ground.
And then the camera will slew to follow it. You'll see it pop in and out of the field of view there.
Right there again.
This is essentially all of the data we have associated with.
That's definitely not lens flare. So
this event from some years ago.
And some years, this is from last year.
It is going to be virtually impossible to fully identify that.
So as at the end of here, he actually mentioned that they're trying to pull everything together. So at the end of this, even though this particular object they can't identify, if they have multiple explanations of the object, maybe they can comprise everything together and make something more out of it besides it's just a ball, right? It's a metal ball. No proof of aliens. Nope. But as I mentioned, it comes down to what is it? Can we actually figure out what it is? No. This is from last year, I believe. Yeah. Cool shit, guys. Same ball, same footage. This is from earlier years. Now this, House Intelligence, the U.S. military keeps... Oh, this is Forbes. This. Oh, this is January. UAP footage captured by a U.S. helicopter has just been released. Last year? May 27th, 2022. Odd. They have a custom player, guys. Don't make me do it, Forbes. I believe we watched this last year.
U.S. Navy for a number of back into the mainstream and back into the blood.
Yeah. And like the content is blocked by JavaScript is literally for YouTube.
Star Longbow 281.
I haven't seen this one.
Lane 4, request to West Slopes.
Longbow 281, taxi north of Tower 2 West Slopes, 1 count.
281, roger.
Like, this shit literally looks like a fucking video game. That's the weirdest thing about this, guys. Is like, this is a real-life military that basically looks like a 90s video game.
Those 3 really fast-flying jets up there?
Probably some A-10s or some F-16s. We're not looking up there.
November 6, 2018, pilots U.S. AH-64 Apache helicopter encountered 3 unidentified phenomenon during training in Arizona. So this was released 10 months ago. So this is from last fall, which I guess there was released and we didn't see it. It's kind of weird how this stuff just... No one... It's the weirdest thing about this, guys, is like, it's something I think a lot of people are interested in, but the media doesn't cover it at all.
Star Longbow 281, lane 4, request to West Slopes.
Longbow 281, taxi north of Tower 2 West slopes, 1 count.
281, roger.
Wow, are those 3 really fast flying jets up there?
Probably some A-10s or some F-16s. No, we're not looking up there.
The fucking footage. The fuck is this shit?
F-16s. No, we're not looking up there.
I don't think zooming in on it helps. Yeah.
Longbow 281, taxi north of Tower 2 West slopes, 1 count.
281, roger.
This is from last
Wow,
fall.
those 3 really...
And the footage itself is from 2018. It kind of shows how far back this shit goes, where they didn't have, no one had a place to put this. Someone somewhere had no way to report this to the government.
Fast
This is
flying.
once again why I think that Area 51 doesn't exist, because I don't think they're capable of, there's nothing there. No one was there to do Area 51.
Jets up there?
No funding.
Probably some A-10s or some F-16s. No, we're not looking up there.
That's all we get, guys. It literally looks like 360p.
Longbow 281, taxi north
Thermal,
of Tower
though,
2 West
so.
slopes, 1 count.
281, roger.
Wow, are those 3 really fast flying?
Same shit over and over again. Former U.S. Air Force F-16 pilot Chris Lito analyzed the footage and concluded it's without a doubt anomalous, so he's not saying it's aliens. According to Lito, the tracking rate is exceptionally fast. Even if they were a mile away, I calculate they go approximately 1.28 meters, or miles. Well past the speed of sound. The circle dance maneuver is just not possible at Lito. They do a full 360-degree turn in less than 3 seconds. In Lito's opinion, no F-16 nor drone or aircraft in the current known inventory of the United States military is capable of what they did, objects are seen doing in the video. He judges that they display a turn rate that is an order of magnitude faster than one that is the fastest turning fighters on Earth, which to be above 70 Gs. So, if you were inside this aircraft, guys, you would literally turn into a street pizza on the side of it. If you were inside this, which the only thing that it could possibly be is drones or something anomalous, something outside of our current military's expertise, right? They have if you guys don't know, they have a very, very difficult time. I don't know what the turn rate is, but there's a certain turn rate where basically you have to have a pressure suit on, otherwise you basically lose blood to your head and you just pass out. And even with a pressure suit on, you can only go so fast, and that's all we have to work with is just pressure suits. And there's some future technology that they're working on, but they haven't ironed out yet, which is the ability to put yourself in basically a bathwater. You essentially, not a bathwater, but the suit itself would be filled with oxygenated liquid, and you would basically breathe the oxygenated liquid, which would also help with it, but you'd still you'd still pass out. So, yeah, actually, I'm confusing technologies. That's actually for deep sea. That's deep sea. It's like the abyss, and that actually exists in real life. That's to prevent your blood boiling. That's different. Actually, suit, liquid. Yeah, no, that's actually correct. Yeah, they are working on research for filling anti-G suits with liquid itself. It's something to do with the air gap. Various designs of G-suits have been developed. The first used water-filled bladders around the body and legs. Later designs used air under pressure to inflate bladders. These G-suits were lighter than liquid-filled versions. Their stem is still extensive use. However, the Swiss company Life Support Air AG, collaboration with Level, built a Eurofighter Typhoon aircraft, which reverts the liquid as medium and improves on the performance. The libel suit is considered an adaptation in the U.S. Air Forces. So, they do have some that have liquid in them. Unrelated, I think, to the one I was talking about deep sea diving. But still interesting. Nice footage of UFO performing impossible maneuvers. They keep flying in straight lines but fly around each other while in Forward motion, yeah, like in formation. How they use multiple frames of inertial reference simultaneously is a true wonder. At least we know the U.S. military is still making good use of CCTV cameras from the 1984. Yeah, like a lot. Like I said before, a lot of people are like, like Area 51. No, this is the government, guys. This is what it looks like. And I think anyone that's been in the armed services probably could attest to this. But it works for what it does. But we aren't trying to use it for what it does. We're trying to use it to track UFOs. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen A-10s or F-16s flying formations like that. Very interesting. Makes sense. High res would have to record hours of footage. I don't think it's honestly better footage in person. I think the recording is what they're getting. Does FLIR forward-looking infrared? Yes, but you can have different resolutions of FLIR. So I have a FLIR camera, for instance. It's actually pretty cool. No way an A-10 would go like that? Yeah, they're just trying to hypothesize without saying it's aliens. I've seen birds do it. Yeah, these birds aren't fucking flying at Mach 2. So, if those are birds, they must be petrodons. Look at the distance away in the sky. How would they appear that large if they were birds? Not only the wing cots flapping, either military officials mistook birds for aircraft. Okay. Yeah. There's no way that's birds. Like, the only way you could figure that out is if there's like a smudge in your lens, but like the other guy he's talking to on the radio was looking at it too. Possible 360-degree turn in less than 3 seconds is simply impossible. Birds can do it. Actually, I think a hummingbird could do it, but like this is just as funny as reading about some of the crackpot theories, guys. Is reading some people try to come up with ways to explain it away. It's like playing Overwatch, guys, and having people cheat in the game, and then having people that try to come up with ways to justify some people that are clearly cheating. I was watching Super's stream earlier today, and he was definitely watching someone that's cheating. And like, nah, no way, guys, there's no way. And everyone in chat's going, those are clean shots. Yeah, because it's fucking automated. Anything that uses an aimbot is going to look clean. Jesus Christ. If you're using an aimbot, it is going to be insanely clean because it's literally made by a machine. Yeah, you know what's not clean? Human footage, because humans are fleshy meat bags. We emit liquids. Stuff comes out of our nostrils. We emit oils all the time. We sit here, eat shit, and poop, and like, yeah, okay, it's not going to be clean because normal footage would not be that clean. Yeah, you are literally explaining why it's probably something that's going to be a cheat, because people don't act like that. They don't function like that because we have fleshy meatballs and neurons and shit like that. Fleshy meatballs for eyes. Yeah. It's weird how some people don't even comprehend that they're like made of meat is basically what it comes down to. Like, you're a fleshy meat bag. I'm drinking water to stay hydrated so I don't die, right? And it actually just helps me perform better. This is the lube, guys. You have to make sure you lube up because that's how you power yourself, right? It's weird shit, but there are so many people that are just kind of oblivious to who they are as people and just a person, just living, just something that's living, right? Yeah. Tyler's looking at the exact same thing we are with no replay. He's a trainee. Yeah, no shit. Well, I'm not saying it's aliens, but something. This is what that guy in Congress was desperately trying to avoid saying. Is anything like I'm not saying it's aliens, but yeah. Yeah, it's birds. Wish it was aliens, but that's some birds. Wow. Yeah, and then you got first-hand accounts, which people say. I mean, this is the weird thing is, like, you can go on YouTube, guys, and find footage of stuff that looks similar, but at the end of the day, there is a lot of monetary reward. There is a lot of emphasis to cheat the system, to be something that you're not, to be incredible, which is why we don't look at YouTube for footage like this, and why I generally only cover stuff like UFOs whenever the UAP report comes out. because at the end of the day, anything you find on YouTube, there is going to be a lot of reason to fake it, right? To make it big, because it's just like the fucking Sasquatch footage or something, right? Like Yeti footage or Bigfoot. It's all the same. There's like someone in a suit somewhere that wants to make some money on YouTube for ad revenue, and yeah, and then some people that don't even want to make ad revenue, they just want everyone to believe what they believe. So it's nice and everything talking about stuff like this. I've seen some weird shit in real life. It doesn't matter because, you know, like there's only so much you can do without it actually being a thing, like without you having footage and showing it to someone. And at the end of the day, you have to realize that you saw something, and it doesn't mean it's what you saw in the first place because you couldn't record it and you're a fleshy human meat bake, right? Maybe you had too much to drink that night. Old Soviet Union space station footage showed similar creatures flying around and approaching the space capsule that was docking with the station. Move like living creatures. No, I assume that's any way that if you programmed an aircraft, they fly in formation. That's just the way it would be. Whatever they're designed, maybe to either rotate around each other or use each other as propulsion or as maybe vessels, you know, like multiple probes or something. They don't move like creatures. They're programmed. It literally looks like a triangle spinning around itself. Possible to tell what they are with so little detail, but the shape changes are reminiscent of birds flapping their wings. More and better quality data are needed. It's always needed. I always thought aircraft control could identify anything with a certain radius of the field. It depends on what it is and how it moves. There's things like with the UAP or the weather balloons, the surveillance balloons earlier this year from China. They were filtered out by radar because they were seen as anomalous. So there's just stuff they don't record because it doesn't respect normal laws. It's just the way that it goes. Here we go, folks. Next couple of years, we're going to get crazier and crazier footage. Yes, we are. Especially if Arrow keeps being funded, which I really hope it is. You could probably make a campaign off funding Arrow because there's a lot of geeks that are kind of hankering to know here, and I'm one of them. So, yeah. Some kind of holograms or some kind of light technology. I mean, maybe. Why would they do it, though? Who are they fooling? We can't even keep track of their normal planes. Why do they need to make holograms of themselves? Like, intent or reason, rationale, right? Like, the reason that they're doing something? Yeah, like, sure. Sure, okay. Yeah, it could be a hologram, but why? Oh, why? We can't track shit. Why would they bother with a hologram? No, okay. What are we going to do? Like, look at it and go, oh, air traffic control, is that an A-10? You know, A-10s are actually really fucking slow. Is that an A-10? You're like, no. And like, it's literally like going like this in the fucking sky. Oh, that's funny. No doubt they're going fast, but I can't tell if there's any sudden directional change because the camera's shaking too fast. This is actually FLR. This is the aircraft tracking it. This is the aircraft itself tracking it. Pilot said, man, it could be an F-16 or A-10s. When you want to know why it's moving that fast in your vicinity, why are they so casual about it? They're in the armed forces. They're supposed to be casual, or not casual. They're supposed to be non-reactionary to shit like this because otherwise you die. If someone's shooting at you, like you have to take cover, you know, and go through a thought process and not go, oh my god, this is so amazing. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Some of the videos are like the gimbal video, which we've talked about before from the F-16s. But yeah, the whole idea is try to taper down your emotions when you're in the military. And from what I understand, this actually isn't that uncommon when you're in the military to see shit like this, which is also the weird thing is why they didn't have a way to report stuff like this if a lot of people are seeing it, right? So, yeah, there's more. I don't really see anything anomalous. They're kind of fast, but they could easily be normal jets. No. Like, this is like the same shit with the fucking launch from Starship, where people are like, oh my god, it exploded. And then they didn't see it do like 5 somersaults before they blew it up. Like, they don't understand how G-forces work that turn you into a street pizza inside of the fucking capsule if you spin too fast. That's not normal jets. Like, G-forces, we don't have inertial dampers, guys. We're monkeys. We do not have inertial dampeners. This is not Star Trek. You turn into street pizzas when you spin too fast. Yeah. No, that's not how it works. If they were inside Starship when it is doing that, they would also turn into, well, they wouldn't turn into street pizzas. They'd be dead, but they wouldn't turn into street pizzas. While it's doing the fucking loop-de-loop in the sky, like ultra, like full burn loop-de-loop in the sky, which is never supposed to do, and people were like, oh my god, it exploded, but it didn't come apart while that was happening. Like something that probably should have happened while it's doing like really tight high G maneuvers. It should just like, you know, like when like something like that, they had to blow it up. So, yeah, like, I feel bad for those suckers that dropped over $100 to go to that disclosure event today to see this. People spend money on things every day. That's like going to McDonald's for 10 days, so whatever. There's birds flying at Mach 2. A-10s are not fast-flying jets, they're relatively slow tank killers. I think they know that, but they're just spitting out words because they didn't know what they're looking at. So, being verbose is also something that's important when they're in the military, as far as I know. Like, trying to talk about what you don't really understand in a way that people can understand it. Let's see... 4 days ago, do we have any that's actually has a decent amount of comments on it? I guess you can't see comments without looking at it. 95,000, 206, 188. Also, by the way, it's weird how no one on Twitch is covering this shit. You think people on Twitch would have gotten the memo already. I don't think I've seen anyone else talk about this or look at this. This should be, like, really exciting for people, right? Like, if you're a geek, you're like, oh my god. Like, what is this shit? And people can't explain it. The government can't explain it. That's ridiculous. And for some reason, not.
You'll see it come through the top of the screen. There it goes.
Comments over the top of the video?
Slew to follow it.
What the
This
fuck,
newly
YouTube?
declassified U.S. government video of a UAP, or unidentified.
Why would you
anomalous
ever put the
phenomenon,
comment
was
section over the
filmed
top of
by
the
a
video?
military drone in the Middle East in
It's more like a... It's more like a cell phone.
More commonly known as UFOs.
This is essentially all of the data.
The universe is under no obligation to make sense to us. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, no shit. There's a lot of people that seem to think that it's going to align with something you understand, which is weird. When you look at stuff in life, it's just going to click into a box, and that's not really the way the world works. I want a video of unusual life forms walking down a ramp. You know shit. Aliens, I guess, don't think we're ready, but we're ready to die from climate change, so... Hey, here we are, guys. Yeah. Climate change doesn't exist. Yeah, what was it, like a week ago? It was 80 degrees in Wisconsin. 82? 84. It was really, in Wisconsin, in the middle of April. It was like 84 degrees outside, 82. And then it dropped down to the 30s again, where it should be for this time of the year. Yeah, I don't think the weather is functioning the way you think it's functioning, but, you know, you could say what you want about climate change happening over time, but that's over 10,000 years, not in 100. So, just, putting that aside. The comments about it being blurry, these forward-looking infrared cameras, typical on military civilian aircraft, thermographic cameras that sense infrared radiation. They're not designed to be taking pictures of something that's going perhaps thousands of miles per hour, dropping from 80,000 feet to the ocean in 1/10 of a second, nor is your smartphone designed for this. This is incredible footage of real phenomenon. Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's not happening. True? A lot of those, too. People reciting real life stories. It is time for the government to tell us everything we know about UAPs, much for whatever reason we don't think we know all the facts. The thing is, like, as I mentioned here, guys, this is last year. And the one released from last fall was from 2018. The government doesn't even know what the fuck these are, nor did it have a program set up for these, so they can't tell us what they don't know because they don't even have a way of recording them in the first place. So, yeah, like we're recording them in the government. So, yeah. Closure's coming. It's already working. I really don't think they have a hidden trove of Area 51 information going on here. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I really don't think so. It could be. I mentioned this like as kind of like when they're starting to talk about making Arrow 2 years ago when we covered this in 2021. When I was talking about it on stream, one of the things I hypothesized was it might be an interlude to introducing us to the concept of aliens actually existing, right? If they're trying to slowly integrate the idea with society rather than making us freak out or whatever, where they're doing it over time. I actually don't think so. I think it's really the government just being government, just doing government things, which is slow and kind of backwards. So this is CNN. It's supposed to be top-rated comments first, and it doesn't look that way. I was hoping we'd see something here that's out of the ordinary. No games tonight? I don't know. Like, this only comes around once every 3 months, and I thought it was every year, but I guess it's every quarter. So, we're looking at what we have. This is like Christmas Day for me, Craig. This is the way it goes, so. I call them debris. That's not it. Take a look at the CNN comment section, or the Fox News comment section, which is probably a peanut gallery too. This is actually a video. That's much better. Crazy for how many decades people have been describing these things. This is actually the airplane. This is not. It literally looks like someone dropped the beach ball out of the sky. Only it's made of metal. And it doesn't land on the ground. Like that literally looks like what would happen if someone just like went and dropped the beach ball from 1,000 feet in the air or something. Yeah. Pretty cool. Saw Metal Sphere years ago. It's the only anomaly I've ever seen. I almost blocked it out of my mind. It was going much slower and didn't make any sound. That was the weirdest part. It's about 40 feet high. I guess off the ground, he's saying. Lifelong UFO buff, I can only think the Silver Sphere video is fascinating as long as lifelong horror fanatic, I can only think Phantasm. Phantasm and little flying orbs that drill into your body. If I remember. That's like one of the few horror movies I've seen. And the drill, by the way, didn't make sense because it can't drill into your body if there's no way for it to, like, corkscrew action, right? Once again, it's fucking weird, guys. Like, this is real life UFOs. This is real life UFOs, and there's like almost no one that gives a shit about this. Why? Why they're talking about like what's the latest controversy? I mean, gender issues are always controversial. I don't know. Boycotting Hogwarts Castle or whatever the newest Harry Potter game is, and no one talks about real life UFOs. Like this isn't just a rando on YouTube. I mean, it is on YouTube. This is footage from the government. So, yeah, like I said, the bias here is completely off the charts because there's no reason for them to feed us footage of what looks like UFOs. Like, there's just... I mean, that's the whole point, is like, this isn't supposed to give us evidence that aliens exist. They're trying to prove that aliens exist. They're showing us stuff that they're working on and trying to figure out what it is. They're trying to give reason as to what exists, and this is the object where they couldn't figure out what it is, rightfully so, because it doesn't really... Like, that isn't just like, hey, a lens flare or some weird thing on the screen. I mean, you literally can see it looks like an orb. And it's not fake, so... Like, that's a media thing, is you can point out... Like, you know, as part of the cameras, they have to blur out because it's classified. But it's, like, it's not something where you can go, oh, this is fake footage, which is the first thing you'd think of, right? Is like, this is CG. But it's not, because it's from the government. They aren't doing this to scare people or look for more funding, which is like kind of the angle Slane took earlier tonight, which is maybe they're looking for funding, but they aren't. They're a really underfunded part of the government that's just trying to figure out, put all this shit together because it might be a threat to national security. So we're basically getting the scraps that are left over after the classified briefings with Congress, which they do have, and what they're releasing to the public. So it's a Mylar balloon. Once again, this is moving really fast, so... Oh, are you going with the it's just a weather balloon approach, the Area 51 take? Yeah, no, that's... do they have any estimates of speed? Yeah, for some reason these objects are not shot down. They probably can't shoot them down. Like, this is... Yeah. This is the thing, is like, some people seem to think we have the ability to shoot these down because they're just a very slow-moving weather balloon, like the Chinese balloon earlier this year, right? Which apparently actually was a problem because Sidewinder missiles are not designed to blow up basically things that don't have heat sources, mind you. And guns and aircraft tend to be pretty inaccurate, and especially at the height that they have to fly at, and then the whole thing of actually using a machine gun at high altitude is actually a problem in of itself. There's actually a whole article written on that, why they can't just go and shoot down weather balloons easily. We have weapons that are designed to blow up other things that we've designed. We don't have weapons just to blow up random stuff that we see. I mean, you can, but for the most part, it's like we have purpose-built weapons to track heat signatures, track what sort of signature or what sort of look an aircraft will have, right? Or where an engine would be, or which is a heat source. Yeah, like AI is just something that's relatively new, guys. Like, the whole concept of actually functioning AI is actually like a year old. Like, we've had the idea of AI for a long time. We have not had anything close to AI, and I thought it was still going to be a decade away before we actually had working AI. And I think ChatGPT is doing a really good job at it. People can talk about being a predictive model all they want. It does a really good job of being better at being a human than a lot of people are. So, yeah, I guess it just shows how easy it is to fool some people. At being human, that is. Saucer shape could appear to be spherical when viewed from above, and if you pause the zoom and examine the shadow, the UAP, it doesn't appear to be spherical. It's not a top-down image like this. It is a balloon, so you have a drone flying through. You have a balloon or the sphere that's going like this, best I can tell. So basically it goes underneath the camera, and you're watching the camera from this drone go like this, down underneath. And so you are looking at the whole object, either that or the object is turned to look like a sphere to the aircraft while it's going through. Which, I mean, I guess could be possible. I don't know why I'd do it, but that's also possible. But this guy doesn't seem to understand this isn't a top-down shoot. The aircraft isn't flying over this while it's doing this move. This thing is moving so fast around the aircraft, it's actually like maneuvering around really fastly around the side of the aircraft while the aircraft's flying through the air. Best I can tell. Like you see it come down from the sky on the side, and then it starts moving along the ground underneath it. Like this is off to the side of the aircraft, right? At really long range, which is why this can't be a balloon. It's way, way too fast. Like, if you're looking at this, based on how fast this is moving, you would almost think that this is sitting on a stationary object in the sky, right? Like this camera is fixed on an outpost or something in the sky, like something that's standing still, but it's not. This is actually on a drone. Yep, just casual probes hanging out, just chilling, guys. Sup? If you have a fucking aircraft and no people are the monkeys you're observing are too unintelligent to record you in the first place, why would you bother with the hologram or whatever? A lot of people talking about their first-hand experiences. There's a lot of people, guys. My brother has a first-hand experience with it. Both my brothers do. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have weird experiences. And once again, a lot of them, fleshy meat bake, right? Could just be drunk, could be tired. There's a lot of explanations for it. And obviously, people are not very good at remembering stuff over time. There's a lot of people. Like, just look at all the recounts here of just people just talking about this random shit event in their life. And I don't think it's a lot of people that are just like, hey, let's, I'm just going to bullshit about it, right? Wow, thank you, Mr. Pentagon. Some more, please. Ronald Reagan said, perhaps we need some sort of outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we're facing an alien threat from outside this world. I thought of the same thing. I didn't know that was a quote. So most likely they're man-made for somebody's hidden agenda. But if not, maybe we should stop being so hostile and maybe say hi. I mean, they know we're here. We aren't on their planet. They're on our planet, and they're saying hi to us. So, or they aren't talking to the population. They could say hi to the government bodies, and that could be a thing. But like, they aren't saying hi to people. Or if they are, it's a very selective process. Unfortunate. Yes, we talked about this before, the guys, but it has to be one of these things where, like, one of the reasons we haven't had first contact is we have to be under someone's protection. The reason for that is because slavery is incredibly fucking cheap, right? You can get a bunch of people, work them to death, and do jobs that you probably could make droids do, right? And so at this point in our lives, we probably would be enslaved by an alien species, which is why I really think we're underneath someone's protection of some kind. And I don't mean like they're like actively going out of their way to protect us, but like we're in a zoo or a wildlife refuge of some kind for up and coming species, is my guess. And we're just kind of like hands off to most people, and they occasionally, like, the zookeepers come by and say hi. The zookeepers come by and make sure we aren't killing ourselves, which is, I guess something that we're working on here with global warming. We're doing a pretty good job at it, mind you. We have a lot of stuff going for us, but I think they occasionally come by and make sure that we're on the right track and, keep us under a watchful eye, which probably has become more and more common as they realize we've discovered more and more ways to annihilate ourselves. Until we become of age where we can have first contact. Essentially like Star Trek. We have first contact. It makes sense from a logical standpoint. And the reason for that is because, once again, if we are not under someone's protection, it'd be very easy for advanced civilization to come in here and go, you guys work for us now, and, well, what are we going to do? Hey, guys, maybe we'll throw some nukes at them like Independence Day and realize they do nothing because we're monkeys, and then we're fucked. So, like, it's one of these things. The universe has been around so long, and we've been around for so little bits of time, guys. There's no way there aren't highly advanced species. They might not be in our sector, but there's no way there aren't highly advanced species in the universe. It's impossible. It's next to impossible. It'd be extremely improbable. You win the lottery billions of times over before the possibility that'd be something that happened. Because if you can imagine, we are one planet in one solar system, and there's bajillions of other planets out there. There's no way that there aren't other advanced civilizations, and probably some that have been around for thousands of years, some that have already come and gone, like Star Wars, right? And some that are about to be. And we are a tiny fraction of a really long timeline. There's absolutely no way that advanced alien species have not developed over the time and established a presence of some kind, whatever form they take on over these millennia. And even if today, right now, like, there aren't species that have come and gone, they still have existed at some point in time for sure. So it really it really comes down to whether or not, like, we're worth taking advantage of, or if someone has us under some sort of protection. So that's what I think is either it's one of two things: is either we're in some sort of wildlife preserve where they're just kind of, feeding us some hay on occasion or whatever and stopping us from destroying our planet, and the other one is probably we're part of some sort of intergalactic TV show where we're there's a betting pool on whether or not we're going to blow ourselves up, and we're owned by some company or some establishment as a way of revenue generation. That's the only other option would be. It doesn't really. Like I said, it really just comes down to free labor, and we're some advanced, highly civilizations free labor. This could be hell. Well, you would believe in hell before you believe in aliens, Slain. This is like the weird thing is like religion. Why are people more likely to believe in someone floating on a cloud than they are to believe in aliens? Like that's really weird. Like of all the improbabilities in the world, why would you believe this is hell over just a planet in the solar system, and you're just part of some establishments of random things in life interacting with each other. We just exist because your parents happen to fuck on the right day. That's just the way it is. You won the swimming race, and that's why you're here today. I don't think there's anything probably more outside of that. People can think what they want, but yeah. Anyways, we have entire religions established around fictitious beings or real beings, if you believe them that way, which are all probably just established by aliens. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of people that believe in religion, but there aren't that nearly as many people that believe in aliens. And aliens are much more likely than gods. So, I mean, they're one and the same, right? And if you have something that is so overly powerful, that's the common argument, is you have something so overly powerful, it is essentially God. So God and aliens could be one and the same at the end of the day. Life consumes life to prolong here, and that's evil. Okay. I don't know what to get out of that. Living is evil? Sure. Welcome to life. I guess. We're eating cows and they're dying. I guess it's the end of the argument there, so. But, yeah. Like I said, I think it has a lot to do with, I think it's just an alien wildlife refuge. I think is where we're at right now. Sadly, because it'd be really cool. I don't even care if I get to live through aliens visiting us, but I want to be able to at least know that they exist before I die. That would be pretty cool, in my opinion, just as a sci-fi fan. And not talking about some amoeba on Mars. Fuck that shit. I'm talking about sentient alien species, not something that exists in a soil on Mars. That's not where I want to be. That's not where I want to be when I die. I don't want to know about, hey, there's an amoeba on Mars. I don't care about an amoeba on Mars. But anyways, stuff like this is not amoebas on Mars. Things like this is an amoeba technology. Maybe there's a highly advanced germ somewhere. I don't know. That's an entirely possibility. What if COVID consumed an entire planet somewhere and then turned into a highly sentient species? Maybe they're the ones sending drones over here, and they hate us now because we destroyed COVID on our world. Or whatever. Yeah. I mean, you can make up all sorts of bullshit arguments. But this This isn't Bigfoot. This is like this always comes back to this, guys, and I keep pointing it out because this is what makes this so interesting. Is there is no bias or reason to fake this footage. This is real footage. This is actually existing footage. So, this isn't Bigfoot. Once again, it's actually pretty crazy how little traction this has gotten. Even in the comment sections, there's only a handful of people commenting on this. A lot of people that viewed this, and almost no one that commented on it. Unusual, but why would aliens with advanced technology simply fly back and forth with no pattern or purpose? You don't understand the pattern or purpose. Do you understand why drones fly around in an area? No. The person that sent the drones understands why they're flying around the area. We don't, there might be some unobtainium here that we don't even know about that they're mining, right? It's just because you don't understand it doesn't mean that they don't know why it's there. I see the UAPs using quantum UFO observation technique in any clear day. Yes, there are humanoid beings inside the craft. They're interdimensional, higher consciousness thought forms, angelic beings, so to speak. It is time to get back to understanding our place in the universe. Okay. Alright, Beyond Watching. He's off his meds today. So this is the kind of shit that the government's trying to separate themselves from. It's right here. And this doesn't help us. Stuff like this does not help us out. And that's like this, like I mentioned before, this is where I try to separate myself from just the average person that believes in UFOs. Is because I'll believe up to the point of you start talking about shit like this, and I'm like, how is this different than religion? You are literally just saying stuff that comes to your mind and pretending it's something that's ununderstandable, rather than showing me some sort of concrete proof or just something I can look at, observationally look at, right? And he just made up shit. Well, he's probably like freaking out on a mushroom trip, and that's it. So that doesn't. Okay, Beyond Watching 1, and he got 2 upvotes for that comment. There were a couple of ex-militaries that spoke about sightings. To what I remember, the Belgian 1980s, Belgian Air Force reported UFO sighting that did not know what was flying object nor its origin. There's a lot of those. As I mentioned before, this I think the number of reports we're going to get is going to swamp the arrow. I think there's a lot of people that still don't know it exists, and that it's something that the word hasn't gotten out. The fact that these videos, guys, if you are a geek, how would you not be interested in stuff like this? If you like video games, technology, you like sci-fi, why would you not be interested in real life UFOs, right? Or UAPs? Why would this not interest you? I think this has a lot to do with people not actually knowing that there's actually a branch of the government that is made now to study these things and try to figure out whether or not they're, actual UAPs, not little green men, but something they can't figure out, such as this metallic object, right? And, the rest of life, whether it's just a paper bag or a Mylar balloon or hell, I don't fucking know. Like, coming up with any. He's talking about the 2 different branches they have, where they have the civilian sector, basically, and then they have the military sector, and these both come up with their own explanations of this, and then they come together where they basically tribune, where they talk, or they submit their ideas to basically a committee, and then they try to interpret this and then go back to them, and, like they actually have 2 think tanks that give diametrically opposed kind of opinions on it, based on, not opposed, but rather from very different points of view. And they don't let them basically interact with each other, and then they come together and they try to form a cohesive opinion on it. And sometimes they don't even come to a resolution, as you said, because that's the best way of describing it. Like I said, that guy has a thankless job, because there's a lot of crackpots in the world, and there's a lot of people trying to misconstrue things. And then there's people that are also like, no way, man, there's no way aliens exist, man. God, guns, and country, or some shit like that, and you're just like, okay. I don't know, actually, I think a lot of people that don't think aliens exist on our political spectrum exist on both sides. I don't think that's just a right thing. I think that's a left and right thing, if you're thinking about that. How amazing to see the ineptitude, the continuous hand-waving of these high-level individuals never come to a conclusion, never say anything of substance, always vague and discover nothing of relevance. Give them more time and lots more public money to come to empty-handed ever more. Okay, dude. And they literally look at videos and try to figure out if they're actual UAPs. This is not a government conspiracy. There's a lot of ways to drain the money from the government. It's not by making a new organization based around UAPs. There are a lot more ways they can suck money out of the government, such as the Department of Defense, rather than making this underfunded branch of the government that is designed to figure out what these videos mean and handle reports from people. Yeah, I think no, there's a lot of ways of dealing with that isn't that. Why wasn't the plane moving or the object so fast that it made the plane appear slow? That's exactly what happened. It was moving so fast, it made it seem like the plane wasn't moving at all. Why wasn't the plane moving? The plane was moving. Like I said, it looks like it's dropped out of the air because it's moving so fast. Another person that doesn't understand how instrumentation works on aircraft and thinks they're designed to take picture-perfect photographs of high-speed moving objects, specifically that don't have a heat signature. These have been seen for decades, centuries. There's really nothing to worry about. They're not doing anything. Okay, well, you can still worry about them and talk about them, right? Just because you're not interested in something doesn't mean other people can't be interested in it. Don't watch too close, it will hypnotize you. Oh, and a mosquito on the lens at high speed. Looks like swamp gas to me. Like, I mean, I just like reading some of these comments, but like someone wrote this, or not that. Someone actually thought about this, guys, and wrote this. To them, this made sense. It looks like a mosquito on the lens, but seriously, it's fascinating. Like, his explanation in his mind is that it's a mosquito. Aren't those 5K? I mean, I got a little FLIR camera, guys, and it does the job for what I needed to, but it's definitely not something you could use for high-res photography, and it's pretty expensive. It's like $250. Like, it's not something you just wander around and buy, and he's talking about getting, like, actual real-life night vision goggles. Just be real with everyone and show real alien shit you guys actually have. This is what I don't understand. Like, this is the weird shit, guys. It's like people think that the government is somehow this super intelligent entity that does everything correct and has a system for everything, and like it's straight out of the movies, right? With like Section 8 or Men in Black, right? No, they didn't have a way of reporting these. No one reported them because they couldn't. It's bureaucracy. Yeah, that's bureaucracy. It has nothing to do with them having hidden footage. But they got upvotes for it. Slow drip, but great for our defense budget, especially the black budget. What? No. Meanwhile, NASA's telling us the reasons to continue spending billions into researching for alien lifestyles out there. Life forms, he means? What a joke. I mean, I wouldn't stop funding NASA because things are flying around the atmosphere that we can't talk to. Maybe some of them will talk to us, but not here, right? Because it seems like whatever these are flying around, don't want to talk to us, which probably goes back to us being an alien wildlife refuge. Our handlers don't want to talk to us, guys. There's non-interaction, which I actually think was part of Star Trek, is the non-interaction clause or whatever it is. Not to interfere. Prime Directive. General Order 1 is the guiding principle of Starfleet prohibits members of interfering with natural development of alien civilizations. It protects unprepared civilizations from the dangers of starship crews introducing advanced technology, knowledge, and values before they are ready. Since it is introduction in the first season of Star Trek, the original series, the Prime Directive is featured in many Star Trek episodes as part of moral questions over how best to establish diplomatic relations with new alien worlds. Yeah, the Prime Directive. Yeah, like, this makes sense. There's a lot of sci-fi shit, guys. Like, Star Trek introduced a cell phone before you ever saw one, which is the, you know, that thing, right? The iconic thing. There's a lot of things in sci-fi which comes down to fantasy, but then becomes reality. And this makes from a logical standpoint, this makes a lot of sense, right? If you're an advanced alien species, and you're trying to figure out from a moral perspective of how best to deal with developing, because, you know, from our perspective, what if we go to another world and we find cave people, right? Living in caves that barely understand, you know, how to speak and interact with each other, and what, we're going to give them lasers or something, right? He has no respect for the Prime Directive. Yeah, he's not part of Starfleet. I also have not watched the current season of Is it done yet? The current season of Picard. Is it finished? Mandalorian, it was terrible. Once again, maybe it's aliens writing this stuff now. Aliens, you got no fucking riz, man. You can't write fucking TV for the life of you. You fucking made Mandalorian? Did AI design it for you? Were you sleeping at AI course? What is going on here? Come on, you can do better than Mandalorian. Mandalorian's pretty bad. It's like ChatGPT could have done better. I mean, that's another possibility, is instead of us being on like some sort of game show or gambling, is we have some way of contributing to an alien civilization without us knowing it. So like creativity or something, like we might be able to develop or make something that we don't know is actually something valuable, but which is actually is valuable to an alien species, right? So we have some innate quality that actually makes us worth something that we don't actually know we have, which, I mean, what would be something we value? It's not the resources, obviously, because you could go to a lot of other worlds and you could find natural resources. So it has to be something innate to humans. And that's the only thing I can think of is like creativity. That comes to mind when you think about AI, right? Is creativity, where AI can't necessarily do it as well as you can. Something along those lines. But at the same time, you know, ChatGPT tends to be a lot better than majority of the human race, so I think ChatGPT could have done a better job than Rings of Power did, or Mandalorian did. At the same time, maybe not, because now it's going to be polluted by common normal work, right? It's going to be polluted by the current work, so. Our souls? Maybe. I mean, that's possible. Is when it leaves our body, they harvest our souls and it fuels their spacecrafts or something. That's possible. I mean, not that we need our souls when we're dead. Maybe we do. I don't know, because I'm not dead, so. Maybe it's our souls. Yeah. But because we can't communicate with souls somewhat, maybe they consume our souls. There's just a giant harvesting net over the top of Earth that's just sucking the souls out. Every time one's released, it just slurps it up. It's a possibility. And creativity is probably another one to go with. I still think the Alien Wildlife Refuge is probably the more applicable one. I guess I'm not an alien, so I don't know what I actually value that we do. There's so many of us, like, it doesn't seem like it's something we have in spades, or maybe we do. Right? It could be an anomaly. Only a handful of people have it. And you have to mass produce essentially a shitload of aliens to come up with something that works, right? Like, you have to mass produce aliens to actually get the resource that you need. Crazy. But yeah, you know, guys, it's always enjoyable when these are released because I always knew it. There's definitely more people talking about this stuff than there used to be. So, in terms of these videos that we're looking at here in the comment sections, they're actually getting more and more people. Once again, it is still remarkable that you can go to YouTube here and see alien, like, UAP footage from the government, straight from the government, and which people, like, there's almost no views. Like, the newest Kardashian video has more views. Well, I was going to look to see if Picard finished airing. It did. It finished on the 20th. Last week. I guess I'll give her a go. I heard the second season was pretty terrible. I don't know if I even want to watch it. Actually came out in HDR, but it's 1080p. Is that worth it? Probably not. Anyways, yeah, it's kind of weird. There's this weird disconnect, guys, and I talk about this a lot. Just like with Twitch, where you think Twitch is all of gaming, it's not. There's a lot of games that people play that aren't big on Twitch, like Civilization, for instance. Civilization, great game. I love playing it. People don't like watching it, so no one watches it on Twitch. There's a lot of games on Warframe is another one, where there's a shitload of people that play Warframe, but no one watches Warframe. Occasionally it pops up when they do some sort of event or something. Like, let's see, 745 viewers in Warframe, and then when they have an event, it pops up to like 40,000 people or some stupid shit. Basically, you have a game here where there's almost no one that plays it, or no one that watches it, but a shitload of people play it. It's like Clash of Clans or mobile games, right, that have a boatload of people playing it, but no one watches it. Just be a VTuber, guys. That's how you win. Just have boobs. Clash of Clans. I think they're both Clash of Clans. 50. 94. Oh boy. Got him. Yeah. Anyways, stuff doesn't always match up with metrics that you're looking at in a closed system. Anyway, yeah, I guess Prime Directive could just be what's going on the planet right now, and as we get closer and closer to probably exploding, which is probably fusion, they're probably keeping a closer and closer eye on us, because we aren't throwing sticks at each other anymore. We have a chance of just completely annihilating our planet, and if there's an alien species that is, kind of giving us, nudges in the right direction so we don't die, they'll probably make some sort of intervention when things get really out of whack, which becomes easier and easier the more advanced we become, right? Anyways, cool shit, guys. I was ready for aliens probably a decade ago, but that's just the geek in me. Fox 5 New York. 95, 109. I wish you could see the amount of comments on these. I'm not interested in shorts because the comment section sucks.
So I'm going to watch.
I greatly appreciate the methodical and rationale method by which Dr. Kirkpatrick and his team are approaching the resolution of these anomalous events. A scientist's job should be to follow the data no matter where the conclusion leads to. Yeah, He's trying to be as impartial as possible in order to give every explanation of possibility of happening and not be biased, which seems to be very difficult when it comes to the subject matter. Good to see hearings where a person is allowed to give their thorough, detailed, informative response without being interrupted for every 5 seconds, so some knucklehead can get their politically charged soundbite in. Yeah, that's what makes it so interesting, guys. Is it's just there isn't a bias or a way to look at this because it's not politically charged yet. It's almost this is a virgin issue. This is a virgin issue in Congress, in which, like, when you see Congress interact with these guys, like, they just kind of sit there because they can't really do anything because there's not really anything to do. They just kind of take it in because there's, yeah, what are you gonna do? I mean, you could try pandering to the UFO crowd, right? I don't think they're really a major part of the voting base. Maybe they are. Who knows? Elon Musk doesn't believe in aliens, so he probably is one. You could be. I mean, if we're talking about a resource, there's also the possibility of part of the human race just being bots, right? Just being androids, or because you don't interact with them, you don't go to the morgue, you don't go to their funerals. There's so many people in your day-to-day life that you don't interact with, right? They could actually be robots or automatons, or I don't know, made up images in your mind, and you'd have no idea, right? There's so many people that you just don't interact with on a meaningful form that you wouldn't have any idea whether or not they're real or not because you don't spend time to verify. There's a lot of assumptions. People that say don't make assumptions are full of shit. There's a lot of assumptions you make on the day-to-day just to go through life, and you don't even realize you make them because it's just part of living, right? Yeah. It's entirely possible that part of the human race is actually androids. And if you believe it, it's the weird shit too. Like, you hear about people that don't have an inner voice, right? There's some people that don't have inner voices. That's crazy. Like, I spend an inordinate amount of time talking to myself, like, not inordinate amount of time, but like I spend time talking to myself. And it's how you do introspection, where you analyze stuff and internally discuss a topic matter with yourself and results. And when you're going through something, right, you have an internal discussion. And there's some people that don't actually have an inner voice. That's a huge red flag in my opinion. I heard about that a couple years ago, and that just blew my mind. Because I thought everyone has an inner voice. I thought that was normal. I thought everyone goes through their day-to-day life with an inner voice. But it's not. Aliens are here, and they're not our friends. What? Dude, if aliens were here and they didn't want to be our friends, they might be neutral. But if they don't want to be our friends, we'd be enslaved already. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, honestly, dude. No, just no. I don't think you know what you're talking about. If someone was advanced enough to fly here, they're advanced enough to enslave us. That's all there is to it. And we can't do anything about it. Like, shoot our missiles at it? Okay. If they're advanced enough to get through the fucking cosmos to get here, they're advanced enough to deal with whatever fucking sticks we throw at. Yeah, that's why I don't believe it. You can't believe the negative angle on aliens, because the proof is the fact that we have not been enslaved. If there's people capable of traversing solar systems, they'd have sensors that are much more advanced than our own, and they'd be able to tell we're here. I mean, we literally give off all sorts of radiation, light, and everything else in the spectrum, so because we don't know to hide it. So yeah, they would know we're here, or there's someone protecting us, which is why, once again, whoever's here is benevolent or neutral enough where they aren't going to fuck with us. So, until we blow ourselves up. No, this isn't, nope. I don't think logically it doesn't make sense. I grew up in Orange County, California. I have been seeing them my whole life since I was a kid. I thought it was normal, but I was surprised when I grew up and people would deny them. My uncle actually filmed a dozen of UFOs above my mom's job, and even came out the local news back then. Cool. Like I said, this is the shitty thing, is like, there's a bunch of people that can say they attest to this, guys, but they don't actually have any sort of proof of it. There's just nothing there. Like, a lot of people seem to have these interactions, and whether or not they're true or not, for the amount of people, like, in the comment sections, the amount of people that are talking about this shit, like, it really just makes you wonder, because it's not just the stuff that we can actually look at here. is this. This comment section, there have been comment sections for the last 100 years, and that's just the way it is. In real life, it doesn't matter whether it's changed to YouTube or not. It really makes me angry that these are releasing the videos spread out over time. Think of all the people who have seen these things, and they're made out to be insane or crazy, yeah. I've seen one thing in my life that I can't explain. All those years, I begged to see anything, and one time do something I could explain, made me feel stupid. Yep. Had an orb fly right over my head in middle school in 1996. No noise, multiple colored lights circling on it towards the top. Pretty sure we have visitors, owners, some wild atmospheric phenomenon. This is what they're showing us. Imagine the footage they don't share. I mean, probably to a certain extent, but it's not like they have Area 51 footage they aren't showing us. Like I said, I think because they do have a private briefing with Congress, and from what it sounds like, they are showing some really weird shit in there. But at the same time, I don't think this is Area 51 shit. I don't think that they have a stockpile of footage they haven't shown us. I think this is, hey, let's just start collecting and labeling this stuff last year. So, yeah. Best quote I've ever heard by a person who's investigated UFOs is when he asks if these beings could be from out of our world, why they haven't contacted us. He responded, do you talk to the animals when you go to the zoo? Bingo. People do talk to the animals when they go to the zoo. The caregivers interact with them. They have playtime. Yeah, so that's not completely correct, too. So wildlife refuge, that's one step off from the wildlife refuge. I thought about the zoo idea years ago when we started talking about this on stream. Zoo idea does not pan out because at the end of the day, like, there's no interaction, there's no observation, right? I mean, there could be observation, but there's no interaction. So you have enrichment, right? Where's our fucking enrichment? I guess maybe the androids are our enrichment, right? So maybe that's it too. Maybe the androids that are on our planet that assist in our day-to-day life are enrichment for us. I need more lewd debauchery enrichment, please. Thank you very much. Just wire that. Yeah. Hook me up with the lewd models. Funny shit. Like I said, but then I guess entertainment, so it could be a zoo. The other idea I had is possibility of some aliens destroyed our planet, and then they repopulated us somewhere else, and basically just fast forward our civilization, right? And kind of help us out, keep us alive, and make sure we're going the right direction, and we're basically repopulated on the planet we're currently on. That's also a possibility, but that wouldn't really be any different than us already starting out here in the first place, so why would it really matter, right? Yeah. Which nut best fits his nutshell metaphor? Yeah, I don't buy the zoo one. I think there'd be some more formal version of viewing, and they would also be preventing us from getting outside of our enclosure. There wasn't really anything preventing us from going to space, except for the fact that we don't want to go to space. We had 50 years of setbacks, which is after the Saturn V, right? People just stopped giving a shit. So, like, basically we're trying to escape our enclosure, but there's nothing really stopping us from escaping our enclosure. Like, a good way of keeping us here as entertainment would just to start another world war. Obviously, we might blow ourselves up. We'd probably blow ourselves up, to be perfectly honest. But I still don't buy the zoo one. I mean, it could be. You just replant the zoo whenever we come of age. You just, kill off everyone and start over on the zoo, right? Maybe that'd suck, but... So whenever we go to space, we just get cut off? Start over somewhere else? Maybe. Best explanation isn't even one I came up with, which is Prime Directive / Wildlife Refuge. Like, there's a lot of people. You just like read through your guys. There's a bunch of people that literally have. I don't think this is like a bot army from. I think these are actual people. I don't think this is a bot army trying to talk about, you know, these random incursions they had. Come on, it's obviously a drone. It's far away, so the rotors are blurred. He's talking about the first one. Look at the third. Here's the second one. They preluded, resolved. Another guy talking about Sphere. I'd love to see that video before it got Pentagon. There's nothing different there. That's the cameras they have on the aircraft. They literally are that shitty because they aren't designed for that. One question is how many cases are classified as top secret? They talk about it. There's a secret, not a secret. There's a private Congress hearing. So. Guy stole my idea. Alien Greys must have a lot of money on bet who destroys it, who and how exactly we ultimately wipe ourselves off the planet. It's just a giant reality TV show, except I came up with this idea fucking years ago. Fuck you. That's mine. These little orbs are usually attached to a larger disc-shaped craft. What? Ah, apparently this is the expert on aliens. Okay. It's just a weather balloon. There's another guy that thought it a balloon. It's a drone. It's a high-speed predator drone that's tracking something moving a lot faster than it, so... Blue Book. He was trying to keep the crazies from, like, going rabid. And the people that are skeptical on board. Is balancing the line between the two, right? Great example of a case lacking multivariate data, but what about the Nimitz case with multi-platform data showing speeds of Mach 20 to 30? Unfortunately, there seems to be obfuscation happening with Arrow. There's cases they talked about that they haven't gone through yet. And there's some of that's private. And the Nimitz case is public. If you guys, we talked about it on stream. The Nimitz case is where there's a bunch of basically drones that were going, like they're tracking off of a carrier, I believe it was, moving at super high speeds and in formation, and they're going like in and out of the water. It wasn't like it's not something drones can do. So actually, I think drones can do that now, but not like at the speed that they're moving at or as seamlessly as they're doing it. What I do understand is why there's a cover-up the most clear spacecraft ever recorded. This on SpaceX footage in space and clear, distinctive, triangular, massive objects with lights around the side. Are they talking about the cosmonaut viewing it? What clear footage are you talking? Why? Why do people do this, guys? If you are going to talk about something, literally link the footage. Don't just be this rando guy that's mentioned something and then doesn't post anything. You literally have Google at your fingertips. You can find the video. You can Control-C and Control-V. It's not hard, right? So now I have to go, SpaceX alien craft triangle. SpaceX. Black triangle sightings are on the rise. Example, some structural details of these aircraft come from eyewitnesses. This is from 2004. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, see, this is what sucks, is because this might be real. This might have happened back in 1998. But, yeah, we had, like, VHS recorders back in 1998, so... Yeah. Well, that's where we're at then, and that's where we now have the ability to make 4K footage in our hands, so... It's actually pretty amazing that we've went from VHS recorders to this in 2 decades. A little bit more than that, but... Even this is an old phone, so you could do, like, 8K footage now or whatever. And stabilize and high speed and whatever. Triangle-shaped glowing UFO spotted in ISS feed. Green, purple, and yellow. That's the space shuttle. This isn't even a photo. The space shuttle was retired in 2011. Why the fuck would you make an article and then not show the picture you're talking about? Thanks, Sputnik. Fuck you.
We're
2021.
a mysterious close encounter. This object you see here was caught on camera flying past the space.
Good morning, America.
Just minutes after liftoff last week. Transportation correspondent Gio Benitez is tracking the story. Good morning, Gio.
I mean, that looks like a container or something flying through space. That's kind of weird. I mean, this could be debris, random debris from shit. Like, this doesn't look like a spacecraft. This looks like a suitcase or something that's floating through the air.
That's the SpaceX rocket. Just minutes
You can see it wobbling.
liftoff last week. Transportation correspondent Gio Benitez is tracking the story. Good morning, Gio.
Ah!
George, good morning. Yeah, the internet lighting up with questions over this video. Did the object come from the rocket or from somewhere else? This morning, some possible answers.
This morning, a potential close call caught on camera. A mysterious object captured on tape flying very close to the SpaceX Crew Dragon with 4 astronauts on board.
Mission and liftoff.
Kind of a weird thing here is, like, I thought the crew of SpaceX is completely known. They blurred someone's face out.
Object captured on tape flying very close to the SpaceX Crew Dragon with 4.
Like, what? Why? I guess there were some people on board that were private. They were, I think one of the first SpaceX flights, if I remember right, was investors that were allowed to go to space because they paid for it, basically. They paid for a seat. So I guess that could be an investor.
4 astronauts on board.
Mission and liftoff.
Take a look at this video. Just 12 minutes after the astronauts left planet Earth Friday morning, part of the Falcon 9 rocket separates from the Dragon. That's when some kind of object flies between the two.
So,
take a closer look in slow motion. But what exactly
photobombing.
was that object seen early in the flight? Sources telling us it appears to be ice from the liquid oxygen in that rocket. But this morning,
that's not
no
ice.
Official confirmation.
What the fuck is that? That's not ice.
The thing that makes me think that that is just...
There's like 5 million things, by the way, guys, in space around our planet that we aren't tracking right now. Like, they try with, like, NORAD, they try tracking it so they can figure out when to shoot into space and when they don't. But, like, there's so much garbage up there now from space capsules, everything that we just discard into space that never goes back to Earth and basically incinerates in the atmosphere. There's so much shit that's flying around up there that, like, the space station could have just had a near miss with some space trash. It's probably, I'd believe that more than aliens, because it doesn't, like, space has our planet has a bunch of shit circling around it, and it's highly likely that something just got flung that direction. And No one noticed it. Whoops.
Most likely a piece of ice is that it
That's not
happened
ice.
right at the time where they were inserted into orbit.
Lots of hugs and smiles right now.
In the end, the astronauts arriving safely at the International Space Station over the weekend
Yay.
to begin their 6 months of research.
And back here live at the Intrepid Museum in New York, we've got the Space Shuttle Enterprise right behind me. This actually played a huge role in understanding ice buildup during the shuttle days. Now this video may do the same.
And it was a step back from the Saturn V's.
Frame by frame.
Looks cool though.
Sounds good. All right, Gio, thank you. Well, hey there, Gio.
Okay. Well, I guess there's that. That still was not also what they were talking about, what he was talking about. These video shows UFO flying around Navy ship.
Whoa, it's getting close. On a pitch black night off the coast of California, newly leaked video allegedly shows one of the U.S. Navy's stealth ships tracking an unknown object in the sky. And after a few minutes... Splashed.
This is actually, I think, from 20 years ago, or late 2000s. Yeah, so 20 years ago.
Bearing range. The 2019 footage obtained
Oh,
by
I'm
filmmaker
wrong.
Jeremy Corbell, who last month released another video of an upside-down pyramid UFO
Saw that one?
hovering above a Navy destroyer.
I believe the Arrow looked at this, I believe, last year, and this was a drone.
This is part of a much larger series of events that we're going to be learning about.
The Pentagon
Oh,
confirming
we're
the
gonna be
video
learning about?
was
Okay.
taken by Navy personnel. The image is now being reviewed by a government task force.
I like how he, like, the presentation there, guys, was he knows what they're talking about already, and he's just letting us, he's cluing us in.
Set to brief Congress next month on what they call unidentified aerial phenomenon. This weekend, 60 Minutes speaking to fighter pilots.
Yeah,
who
this is
reported
last
seeing
year.
unidentified
This was
flying
actually more in
objects.
depth.
Every day.
This is from Congress.
Pay for at least a couple years.
Former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence Chris Mellon says sensor technology has improved dramatically over the years, but pilots have reported seeing some of the same things for decades.
Yep.
Are there any similarities between these recent incidents and incidents that go back as far as half a century?
There seems to be a lot of continuity there.
He says one of the biggest problems is the stigma that comes with talking about UFOs, something a Navy lieutenant commander also told CBS she struggled with after she and 3 others saw a 40-foot flying object disappear in 2004.
Yeah, this is why no one wanted to talk about it up until this point, too. And this is last year, and they're still trying to get over this. Is why they're called UAPs now. Still trying to get over this because you don't want to be the crazy person that's on the route to making a lot more money and success and just be stigmatized because you talked about something flying around that you can't prove, right?
You know, I think that over beers we've sort of said, hey man, if I saw this solo, I don't know that I would have come back and said anything because it sounds so crazy when I say it.
How would you describe this thing that we can't explain?
What we're seeing are a number of distinct, different things. Sometimes we're seeing a 50-foot object that can travel at hypersonic speeds and seemingly go into orbit or come down from, altitudes above potentially 100,000 feet.
Do you think that we will see a release from the government that shows something conclusively?
There is more that could be shared, will be shared with Congress for certain. I don't see that coming to the public soon.
And that is the problem. All we're really seeing are these little glimpses of leaked videos, while things like the original high-definition footage, the radar data, the sonar data, that hasn't been released because most of it's classified. And there could be some very worldly explanations. It could be Russian or Chinese drones, a top-secret U.S. project. But at this point,
If there were, they wouldn't be releasing it and saying it's unresolved.
All right, Gotti Schwartz. Gotti, thank you for that.
Because then they would just go,
Hey, thanks for watching our YouTube channel.
then they would go, hey, this is resolved, but we aren't going to talk about it because we know what it is and that's classified, right? So they wouldn't even mention it at all. Nope, that's not what the guy was talking about. Alien jokes Elon Musk jokes that shot down UAPs are alien friends. Maybe. Hopefully one day we'll be... Maybe Elon Musk is an alien. I mean, possibly. Hopefully one day aliens will be visiting from other worlds. Elon Musk tweeted Sunday before an object was shot down over Lake Huron. Yeah. That was earlier this year when we're shooting down a bunch of UAP stuff, but that was all just like weather balloons and shit, so. That's not actual. I'm pretty sure if there are aliens, we can't shoot them down easily. That would be silly. You just fire a fucking missile at them and they just explode. Yeah, no. No, they flew all the way over here. They can dodge our missiles. Okay. Enough aliens, guys. Normally we cover this. There's only so much footage here. There's only so much data. So you can only do this on occasion, which is what I do. And I actually really enjoy this, mind you. We sat here for fucking 4 hours talking about aliens, so I think that's worth UAPs, not aliens. We've sat here for 4 hours talking about UAPs. But yeah, when there's new footage that comes out, basically it's just a waiting game. When new stuff comes out, we cover it, and when they don't, that's it. So, yeah. I guess, guys, that's all there was this time was these two videos, one of which is a ball, a spherical ball. And the stuff from YouTube, from the YouTubies, not really interested in. Alien caught on camera. So when you start getting into the YouTube stuff, this starts getting into the... When it's from the government, it's definitely probably not faked. But when it comes from people on YouTube, there is definitely a reason to fake footage so you get views and people look at it and go, oh, is that real? Is it not? So you can show off your latest costume. Yeah. Okay. This is a waste of a stream, guys, but I actually enjoyed it, so take it for what you will. Oh, another 3 months, and then we'll get some more, and we'll see what that is then. But up until then, I guess that's all we have for now, so. Alrighty, guys. I think we're going to call things here tonight, guys. I'm not going to be playing games, as can be witnessed by the time here. That's just the way things go. Yeah. Tomorrow, guys, we'll be playing more Overwatch 2. We'll get back into it and doing some comp play and such. And maybe, I don't know, maybe comp play. Maybe it'll be later this week. We'll see how it goes, guys. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the alien bullshit, make sure you hit the follow button in the top right-hand corner. I usually stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6. So late night North America time. You stream 5 to 6 hours, give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., guys. The usual shenanigans. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more of the stream, and specifically the OW2s. So, yeah. Kind of a chill stream tonight, guys, but that'll happen. I enjoy covering this when it does. And, yeah. I guess. Cool shit. Whether or not you believe or not, this is coming out of the government, so you can take it for what it's worth. And in my opinion, even if you don't believe, this has to be pretty cool. So, yeah. Alrighty, guys. We're out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Monday night and Tuesday morning. Have a good day, guys.